Chapter 567. At his usual pace, old Captain Mu Enlil walked all the way without any abnormality on his face. The crew members he saw on the road also unconsciously became cautious when they saw the old captain as usual. It wasn't until Mu Enlil returned to his room and closed the door that there was a trace of tiredness in his eyes. But his body did not feel tired. Instead, there was a feeling of vitality when he was young. It was incredible. Although this matter was extremely weird, Mu Enlil had experienced decades of ups and downs, so he could still remain calm at this time. At this time, Mu Enlil took a deep breath, walked quickly to the window, and pulled the curtains completely. He walked to the door again and confirmed that the door of the room was locked. Mu Enlil walked to his window at this time, squatted down, gritted his teeth, and pushed the bed about 5 centimeters away. Mu Enlil stopped, took out his pocket watch, and opened it to take a look. There was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. There was a knock on the door. Dad, are you in the room? Dad, are you okay? Mu Qinghai's voice. The old captain frowned, put away the pocket watch, and moved the bed back to its original place again. When Mu Qinghai couldn't get an answer for a long time, he slammed the door again, and the door opened at this time. Mu Enlil frowned. Why are you making so much noise? I'm not dead yet. Mu Qinghai suddenly choked. After a while he said, I heard that you fainted on the deck. Mu Enlil said calmly. Who said that I fainted? I just fell asleep in the chair because I was sleepy, and then I accidentally fell to the ground. Don't make a fuss. Dad, why don't you let the doctor take a look at you? Mu Qinghai insisted. It's not troublesome to ask the doctor to come over anyway. No need. I know my own business, Mu Enlil said, and was about to close the door. Dad, can you listen to me for once? Mu Qinghai reached out to hold the door and raised his voice a little. I want to rest. If I don't rest now, how can I deal with those troublesome guys with cameras tomorrow? Mu Enlil snorted coldly. Mu Qinghai was taken aback for a moment. While he was in a daze, Mu Enlil had already closed the door. Fortunately, Mu Qinghai's palm was not clamped. Mu Qinghai frowned, listening to his father's tone. It seemed that he really agreed this time. He grew up with Mu Enlil, so he knew Mu Enlil's temperament very well. If he didn't really agree, he wouldn't say such words at all. Dad, thank you, Mu Qinghai said softly outside the door. After pausing for a while, his footsteps became slightly lighter and he left. In the room, the old captain did not move his bed this time. Instead, he pulled open the curtains and lay on the bed without changing his clothes. He held his pocket watch with both hands and slowly fell asleep. Qian Guoyang said that he needed to use the protractor and some other tools, but these tools were in his room. Fei Ying did not say anything and directly agreed to Qian Guoyang's request. While the tourists outside were having fun in the various entertainment facilities of the cruise ship, the two had already hidden in the room, painstakingly studying the design drawings at hand. Qian Guoyang spread out the drawings in Fei Ying's hand and put them on the bed. Then he took out a pile of blueprints from his suitcase and quickly flipped through and compared them. Baiyu cruise ship has undergone a total of 3 major changes, but the important places have not changed. Here, and here, looking at Qian Guoyang's serious face. Fei Ying looked at the layout of the room very leisurely. He even took out a bottle of beer from the refrigerator and leaned against the headboard to drink and watch. Qian Guoyang frowned and said, Can you do something too? Fei Ying shrugged and said, Uncle, I'm sorry. I'm illiterate. I didn't graduate from elementary school. I don't know anything about these things. Anyway, as long as you find the right position, we can combine our strengths. Isn't it easy to take it away? Qian Guoyang sneered and said, You don't have to do anything. Just provide a design drawing and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. It's really the nature of a thief. Fei Ying burped and showed a smirk on his face. You're really a thief. Qian Guoyang made a dissatisfied mutter and then snorted coldly. Don't really want to do nothing. I'm thirsty too. Be smart. Okay. Fei Ying shrugged and stood up. He said with a big tongue, I'm serving you now. First, what do you want? Pour me a glass of water. Qian Guoliang snorted again. Fei Ying blinked and said, Okay. Fei Ying walked past Qian Guoliang and walked to the table where the kettle was placed. He didn't take 2 steps before Fei Ying suddenly squatted down. At the same time, Qian Guoliang's arm swept across Fei Ying's forehead dangerously. Fei Ying stepped back and kicked toward Qian Guoliang's abdomen. Qian Guoliang's reaction was also fast enough. As soon as he withdrew his abdomen, his whole body was like a bowing leopard. He instantly took 2 steps back. Uncle, you're still doing this? Aren't you bored? Fei Ying sneered and stood up. His whole body was on guard. I've been attacked by the old guy at home since I was a child. It's child's play. Ordinary thieves don't have your vigilance. Qian Guoliang said indifferently, It seems that you're not an ordinary thief. You flatter me. I'm just S.O. Fei Ying pursed his mouth, but his eyes looked at the drawings and protractors placed on the bed. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the drawings and protractors. Qian Guoliang looked at Fei Ying like this, but he didn't move at all. It was as if he acquiesced to Fei Ying's action. Uncle, since you're not sincere, then let's do it alone. Fei Ying raised the lute in his hand and smiled evilly. Oh no, I'm doing it alone. Fei Ying only spoke half of his words, then he shook his head heavily. His figure staggered a little, and his vision suddenly became a little blurred. You, what are you doing? Qian Guoliang walked to the front of Fei Ying and gave a hook to Fei Ying, whose body was soft and had no resistance. He sneered, Good training. But didn't your family tell you not to enter a stranger's room casually? Looking at the motionless and unconscious Fei Ying, Qian Guoliang directly tied him to the stool with dead knots. At the same time, he also took out all the small tools on Fei Ying's body one by one. Then, Qian Guoliang walked to the desk lamp and twisted out a small piece of paper from the light bulb inside. This was the real culprit that caused Fei Ying to pass out. It was a product made with a special technology. When heated, it could emit a colorless and odorless substance in the air. After doing all this, Qian Guoliang picked up the drawings and protractors, locked the door, and walked alone in the corridor of the cabin, gradually going deep. One night passed. Luoqiu opened the door of the room. Everyone agreed on a time to gather for breakfast. But when the door was opened, Boss Luo saw Subeditor Ren almost sticking to him. Perhaps before the door was opened, this Ani Ren was sticking to the door of the room. What are you doing? Luoqiu asked indifferently. Culling the bed. No, calling you to get up. Ren Xiling pushed Luoqiu away forcefully, walked into the room unceremoniously and said with a smile, Yu Yi, did you sleep well last night? Pretty good, it was very quiet. Yu Yi smiled slightly. The servant girl had already dressed neatly and stood at the window position. She seemed to be looking at the sea just now. Ren Xiling glanced at the bed, then sat directly in front of the table, but her eyes sneakily glanced at the garbage bin under the table. F***CK. It's so clean there's nothing? No. If there is no chromosome container, is it a medium X? So Auntie Rin suddenly asked with a smile, I say, did you two sleep very late last night? No. Yu Yi said softly, I was tired after coming back, so I lay down to rest. Auntie Rin didn't give up and approached Yi, whispering in her ear, You really didn't do anything. Do you want to do anything? Yu Yi replied softly, Auntie Rin. Ren Xiling was crying in her heart, suddenly yelling, Ma howd! Ma howd! Get up! Breakfast! She yelled all the way from Luoqiu's room to Sirma's room, and vigorously knocked on the door of the room. Sirma's wife seemed to be particularly beautiful today. Xiling, good morning. Sister-in-law, good morning. Ren Xiling nodded. Where's old Ma? Mrs. Ma suddenly blushed and stammered. Old Ma, he hasn't woken up yet, but don't worry about him. Let's eat. I'll bring him something when I come back. Looking at Ren Xialing's suspicious look, Mrs. Ma was also very embarrassed. She couldn't say that last night, Ma Hao suddenly shouted, "Wife, I can't seem to control myself." Chapter 568. Captain Mu Enli, in your 30-year voyage with Bayou cruise ship, what is the most memorable thing for you? The director asked. The old captain in front of the camera looked at the sea level at this time. Mu Enli's white beard was very hard, and the sea breeze could not move it. But his gray hair was very soft, and it was messed up when the wind blew. The old captain did not answer, as if he was lost in thought. But the director did not have any dissatisfaction this time. This kind of old man's yearning was really a good shot. He would not mind how long the old captain pondered. At most, some time would be cut off in the later stage. But the longer the old captain was silent, the better the emotions brewing would be. Don't miss a shot. The director whispered to the cameraman. During the day, at 9:00 in the morning, the sunlight was not hot. But many tourists had come to the deck to play and take photos. Not far away, Ren Xialing put her hand on her eyes and said, "It seems that they are shooting a documentary or something over there, right? I remember this director. Sister Ren, do you know him? Do you want to go over and say hello?" Ren Xialing shook her head. "I just did an interview. He is almost like a stranger. I'm not interested, and this old guy is actually a pervert. Sai, let's not talk about this nonsense. Li Zi, I feel like I'm already a cripple now." Li Zi patted Auntie Ren's head comfortingly. She always felt that the real cripple was Sir Ma. Her gaze shifted and looked at a pitiful figure. She saw that Ma Hao had already woken up. He was now holding his back with one hand and holding the steel plate of the cabin with the other. He was trembling step by step in a manner similar to crawling. His legs were shaking as he moved forward. He could still wake up. Sure enough, it was the spirit of the police that supported him. Lizzie quietly stuck out her tongue. Everyone was in an open-air restaurant on the deck at this time. Yi came to Luocio with a light red drink from the buffet area and whispered, "Master, I found a few good cocktails that can replenish physical strength. Let Officer Ma drink it." Boss Luo never doubted the quality of Miss Maid's products. After Ma Hao sat down with difficulty, Luocio handed it to him. "I heard that drinking alcohol in the morning can refresh your mind. Try this." "All right." Ma Hao still felt a little weak. Why was he so fierce last night? At this time, Ren Xialing came over with another plate of oysters. Sir Ma's face suddenly changed. He pretended to vomit and begged, "I don't want to eat any more. I'm really not eating any more. I owe this roar, old Ma. Look at how beautiful sister-in-law is today. TSK, TSK." Mrs. Ma naturally blushed from being teased. It was also difficult for her. "But honey, why are you pinching me?" Sir Ma looked at his wife pitifully. Ren Xialing found it amusing and giggled. This day seemed to have started with laughter, probably. A horrified and ear-piercing scream suddenly rang out. Following that, more and more cries of terror rang out. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! What happened? I'm Ma Hao from the city's police station. Get out of the way!" Sir Ma squeezed through the crowd and saw that the surrounding tourists had already surrounded the city. In front of him, there was a woman paralyzed on the deck in horror, pointing her trembling finger in front of her. In front of the woman, there was a man in a casual suit lying on the ground. "I'm a police officer. What happened?" Sir Ma quickly walked to the woman's side and squatted down, taking out his ID. The woman quickly said, police officer. I don't know. I just said that I wanted to go back to my room to get something. But when I came to the stairs, I saw this man coming out. There was a fruit knife in his chest, and his whole body was covered in blood. Then he just climbed up and fell." Ma Hao nodded. At the same time, he frowned and walked to the fallen man's side. He reached out and pushed the man, then checked his breath and pulse. His face sank all of a sudden. "Old Ma, how is this guy?" Mahoud raised his head with a solemn expression. He's dead. At this time, the crew on the ship also arrived. On the other side of the crowd, Mu Enli and his group, who were shooting a documentary, also arrived at the same time. The tourists were temporarily alienated from this area, but there were still many people who secretly took photos with their mobile phones in the distance. Mahoud was squatting next to the deceased at this moment. At the same time, there was a man in his 40s wearing a doctor's uniform next to him. This was the doctor on the Bayou cruise ship. The doctor shook his head at this moment and said, "He's really dead." This knife, I'm afraid, pierced directly into the chest diaphragm. I suspect that it also pierced through the left atrium. However, this guy seems to have done some first aid measures on himself. He should have pressed the wound to prevent excessive blood loss. His sense of survival is quite good, but unfortunately it didn't last long. After that, the doctor looked at Mahoud and said, "Officer Ma, I can only judge this. I'm afraid that a more professional examination will require official forensic personnel." Mahoud nodded. He didn't believe that this doctor only knew so much. However, he thought that this guy probably didn't want to get into trouble. He could only come here because of his temporary request. Sir Ma took a pair of rubber gloves from the doctor's hand, and then began to search the man's body. However, Mahoud did not find anything useful, such as a wallet, ID card, mobile phone, and the like. There were no accessories on the body, but he found a business card from the man's body. Mahoud glanced at it and muttered, "Qian Guiliang? Engineer?" Sir Ma pondered for a while before standing up. "Excuse me, who is the person in charge of this Bayou cruise ship?" "I am the captain of Bayou cruise ship." Mu Enli walked in front of Mahoud and glanced at the deceased Qian Guiliang on the ground. His expression was dignified. "Officer Ma, right? May I ask how I can help you?" "Captain," Mahoud said sternly, "I need you to help check the identity of this person. The name of the deceased is Qian Guiliang. You should be able to find out his identity information from the boarding information, right? In addition, can I check the surveillance video inside the ship?" The old captain glanced at Qian Guiliang on the ground again. He didn't say anything and nodded gently. "Officer Ma, come with me to the central control room. In addition, please temporarily block this place." Mahoud continued, "Let the guards patrol the area and protect any place where there are bloodstains. Be careful to wear gloves and try not to destroy the scene. Now the return time is too slow. I have called for support, so please ask the captain to prepare the tarmac and wait for the helicopter to land. Qinghai." The old captain turned back and shouted at this time. Mu Qinghai hurriedly walked up. "I got it. I will arrange it immediately." Mu Qinghai's face was quite heavy. At this time, he couldn't care about shooting the documentary. There was a murder on the cruise ship. The impact of this incident on the company was not ordinary. If it was not handled well, they would be held accountable by the outside world. Mu Qinghai quickly took a crew member and left the scene. He carefully walked down the stairs that the deceased Qian Guiliang climbed up. Mu Enli said at this time, "Officer, please come with me." Mahoud nodded and said nothing. He quickly followed Mu Enli's footsteps. However, after taking a few steps, Mahoud turned around and frowned. "What are you doing?" "Going to the central control room." Ren Xiling said matter-of-factly, "Why are you going to the central control room?" Sir Ma continued to frown. Ren Xiling blinked and said, "To watch the surveillance video. Get lost. I'm investigating a case. Do you think I'm going to play?" Mahoud quickly waved his hand as if he was driving a stray dog and said, "I don't know what kind of person the murderer is. It's very dangerous here. You all quickly go back to the room and hide." "Okay." Ren Xiling nodded. Sir Ma, who was about to say something, was stunned at this moment. What the hell? It was the first time he saw this lady being so obedient. "You really won't do anything secretly?" Mahoud asked suspiciously. Ren Xiling shrugged and said, "This ship is so big. What can I do? You go quickly. Let's take sister-in-law back to the room. Old Ma, do your best. Oh, thank you so much. Ma Howd nodded subconsciously. This lady has been cultivating her mind and temperament recently. She is sensible. Do your best. Ren Xiling waved her hand at Ma Howd's back and encouraged him loudly. After Sir Ma had walked into the ship, Sub-Editor Rin sneered disdainfully. Damn! Lizelets. Hey, where are my Luaccio and Yi? Lizzie blinked and said, Luaccio, and you went back with your sister-in-law when you were talking to Sir Ma. Chapter 5, 69. In the surveillance video, it was just that the man named Qian Guoliang suddenly appeared in front of the camera. At this time, he had been fatally injured. He could only hold the wall while walking towards the stairs on the upper deck. Strange, is this the only one? Sir Ma frowned here. Mu Enli ordered calmly, look for it again. The employee in charge of the monitoring station quickly turned on all the screens and replayed all the time periods. Finally, the employee said helplessly, Captain, I can't find it. There is only this one. Ma Howd walked back and forth here. It can't be just this one. If you can't find it, there are only two possibilities. Officer Ma, what are the two possibilities? Asked Mu Enli. Sir Ma stopped and said, One is that someone has quietly altered these videos, but this should be impossible. We came here immediately after the accident. The murderer should not be faster than us. Apart from us, has anyone else come here? The old captain suddenly asked the people in the monitoring room at this time. Everyone shook their heads. Ma Howd said, Then there is only one possibility left. The deceased Qian Guoliang has the ability to hide from those surveillance cameras. This is impossible, right? These surveillance cameras were only installed 2 years ago. There are almost no blind spots. The employee said, subconsciously. Sir Ma nodded and said, Yes, the coverage of these cameras is wide enough. It is not easy to hide from them, especially when this guy is about to die. He is not in the mood to hide from these cameras. Instead, he should have let himself be discovered. Look at him walking towards the deck. It's obvious that he wants to survive. That's strange. Could it be that this guy is a ghost? The employee said subconsciously, Believe in science. Ma Howd said heavily, Prosperity, democracy. I will give you the 16 words of mantra. Even so, how did the deceased suddenly appear in the corridor? Officer Ma couldn't help but watch this video over and over again. Captain, I found the login information of this Qian Guoliang and the room he stayed in. A crew member hurried in at this time. Give me the information. Ma Howd reached out and took it. Then he said without hesitation, Now, show me this person's room. After everyone left the central control room, Ma Howd made a call on the way. Lin Feng, is the helicopter not ready yet? Check something for me first. Remember, the deceased Qian Guoliang was an engineer. His ID number was... Got it, Sir Ma. I'll check it right away. As they walked down the stairs leading to the deck, they could see the clear and shocking bloody handprints on the wall. Ren Xiling looked all the way without fear, thinking about something as she walked. Lizzie followed behind her, eating a lollipop. By the way, Lizzie, you can still eat snacks. Aren't you afraid? Ren Xiling turned around curiously. Because Sister Rin is here, there's nothing to be afraid of. Lizzie blinked and said, And eating sweets can stabilize one's mood. Oh, I don't wear flattery. Ren Xiling shrugged. But why did this guy want to go to the deck? Maybe he wanted to find someone to help him? Lizzie thought. Ren Xiling shook her head. If it were you, if you were seriously injured, would you climb the stairs painstakingly? Wouldn't it be faster to call for help? Didn't Officer Ma just check that there was nothing on the deceased's body? Ren Xiling nodded. That's the problem. You said that the murderer wanted to kill him, so it's reasonable to take away his belongings. The problem is, why didn't the murderer wait until he was completely dead? Escaped or something like that? You even took away his belongings and stabbed him in the chest. How could you let him escape? How many people did he have?" Lizzie stuck out her tongue. At this time, a crew member suddenly appeared and shouted, "You, what are you doing here? This place is blocked. Please leave. This is not a sightseeing place." Sub-editor glared at him, turned around, and said with arms akimbo, Don't you know who I am?" The crew member shook his head honestly. "Who the hell knows who you are? Although you are in good health." Sub-editor suddenly switched to her shrewish mode, pointing at the crew member and saying, "Idiot! Didn't you see that I was with Officer Ma just now?" Now, Sir Ma went to the central control room to investigate. "Of course, we have to stay here to investigate the scene. Do you want to interfere with our work?" The crew member was shocked and quickly stood up. Sorry. My eyesight is not good. Please, just tell me if you have any orders." So Sub-editor looked at the crew member and said, "You go and tell your colleagues to guard nearby and don't let irrelevant people enter." "I know. I'll go now." Seeing the crew member walking away, Ren Xiling turned around and made a victory gesture to Lizzie. "As long as you are happy." Lizzie was still eating her lollipop, silently. "It's strange the handprint disappeared here." Ren Xiling and Lizzie came to the corner of the corridor, looking at the handprint that appeared out of thin air. There were some bloodstains on the ground, but other than that, they found nothing else. Lizzie knocked on the surrounding walls and tried to push the surrounding rooms. She shook her head. "The walls are solid. As for the door lock, there is no bloodstain on the door handle, is it?" Lizzie subconsciously looked up. Ren Xiling also looked at the corridor ceiling above the bloodstain at the same time, saying directly, "Lizzie, squat down." "Why? How can I climb up if I don't step on you?" "Sister Ren, how heavy are you?" "I told you to squat." Ren Xiling patted Lizzie's head hard. "This is the room." The crew member led everyone to the door of the deceased Qian Guoliang's room. Ma Haud said directly, "Do you have a backup key? Open the door." The crew member nodded quickly and took out the backup key to open the door. When he really wanted to push the door open, he was stopped by Ma Haud. "You, stand on both sides." Officer Ma also stuck to the side of the door. First, he gently pushed the door open a little. After a while, he opened the door vigorously. "Someone is here." They saw a man of 27 or 28 years old, who was tied to a chair in the room. His head was lowered and he seemed to be in a coma. Ma Haud glanced at the room and ordered, "Wake this guy up and find out if there is anything special in the room, such as clues." So one of the crew members volunteered to approach the tied-up man and shake him. "Wake up. Sir, wake up. Wake up. Officer Ma, it seems that I can't wake him up." Ma Haud rolled his eyes. "It would be strange if someone like you could wake him up. Let me do it." Sir Ma filled a cup with water and walked to the front of the man. Everyone looked at the police officer. Ma Haud suddenly said, "All of you, turn around and don't look at anything." Everyone looked at the old captain, subconsciously, only to see the old captain shake his head and turn around automatically. Everyone could only follow. Sir Ma held a mouthful of cold water at this time. Then he stretched out his fist and knocked on the man's head. Then he forcefully shot out the water in his mouth. He shot the man's face. The unconscious man's eyelids twitched a few times, and he slowly opened his eyes. Fei Ying opened his eyes, first showing a puzzled look. Then he suddenly frowned. "Who are these people, and why do I feel like my stomach has been trampled by a hippopotamus? And why is my face wet so uncomfortable?" "You, who are you people?" Fei Ying looked at the people in front of him with a look of horror. "You, what do you want to do to me? Why did you tie me up?" Ma Haud had seen this kind of face many times. When he was about to ask, the phone rang. It was a call from Lin Feng. "Sir Ma, I found the person you asked me to find, Qian Guoliang. His identity, occupation, and company all match. But this Qian Guoliang is now in Australia. I just contacted him. He is not dead at all. Chapter 570. Mrs. Ma's face was a little pale, but after drinking the gentle milk that Yu Yi poured for her, she seemed to look better. As an older person, she was naturally frightened when she saw such an impactful scene on the deck. "Do you feel better?" Luocho asked softly. "I'm a little scared." Mrs. Ma rubbed her forehead and shook her head. "I didn't expect it to be so scary. I don't know who did it. It's so cruel." With that said, Mrs. Ma took off the prayer beads in her hand. She clasped the beads with her fingers and began to recite a few lines of Heart Sutra. Luocho knew that Mrs. Ma began to believe in Buddhism early on, but she was not a real believer. It was a way to cultivate her mind. But the effect seemed to be much more effective than a glass of milk. Mrs. Ma smiled at this time and said, "Luocho, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Won't it be boring to accompany me here?" With that said, Mrs. Ma glanced at you behind Boss Luo. It meant that Boss Luo should accompany her. Luocho shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, the atmosphere on the ship probably isn't very good now." Murder scene. Most of the tourists on the cruise ship probably have some resistance in their hearts, right? On the way back, they calmed down a lot. Many people chose to return to their rooms and hide. There were even a small number of people who had already gone to the cruise ship's staff to make a fuss. Mrs. Ma suddenly looked at Yu Yi and said, "Yu Yi, right?" "Mrs. Ma, is there anything I can help you with?" The servant girl responded with a smile. Mrs. Ma was taken aback, then apologized. "I want to have a few words with Luocho. Can you wait for a while?" The servant girl nodded and said softly, "Then I'll go back and tidy up the room first. Call me if you need anything." With that said, Yu opened the door of the room. Before leaving, she bowed to the two again before gently closing the door. The action was so soft that only a slight click of the door lock could be heard. "She actually called me madam. I really can't think of an ordinary girl with such upbringing." Madame Ma sighed at this time and said, "She's like a real young lady. I always feel a little pressured." Luocho had also considered this problem before, but this seemed to be the simplest thing Yu Yi could do. "She lives a more meticulous life." Mrs. Ma smiled slowly and suddenly patted the back of Luocho's hand. She blinked and said, "Luocho, tell me honestly, this girl is actually not your girlfriend." Boss Luo opened his mouth slightly. Madame Ma said softly, "Auntie's face has some wrinkles in recent years, but she was young once. People who love each other don't look at each other like that." Old Ma was an uncouth man and could not see anything. "Xiling, this girl is taking things for granted. Her imagination is too rich. But she's also worried about you, so she's a little bewildered." Luocho smiled slightly. Age gave this auntie enough wisdom. Madame Ma in front of him had a jade-like luster, pure and soft. Madame Ma touched Boss Luo's face at this time and said kindly, "You child, you haven't shown yourself much since you were a child, but Annie has watched you grow up since you were a child. There are some things that you can't fool, Annie. Did something happen to you recently?" "No." Luocho said slowly, "I'm still me for the time being." "For the time being?" Madame Ma was taken aback, but she shook her head and did not ask further. "Okay, if you say no, then no. Auntie believes that if it's you, there must be no problem. After all, you are Lao Luo's child. However, if you have something to talk to someone about, you can come to Auntie. Your Uncle Ma's brothers, except for Yi Yan, all have families and careers, and you are the first to be born. Old Ma didn't say it, but I know that he has long regarded you as his own son in his heart, and so does Auntie. So, no matter what happens, you must remember that you still have us behind you." Luocho subconsciously grabbed Madame Ma's hand, felt the warmth of Madame Ma's palm on his face, closed his eyes and whispered after a while, "I will." "Good child." Madame Ma patted Luocho's forehead dotingly, then blinked and said, "But Yu Yi, this girl is really good. Although I don't know what your relationship is. Are you really not going to consider it?" Luocho let go of Madame Ma's hand and said softly, "Auntie, can you not tell others for the time being?" Madame Ma nodded. The child she had watched grow up was not even 21 years old. She believed that his future was still very exciting. She also knew that young people needed to experience more before they could truly mature. So she agreed. Luocho stood up and said softly, "Auntie, you will live a long life. You child, sometimes you have a sweet mouth." Madame Ma chuckled, thinking that this was Luocho's coaxing words. "Okay, Andy wants to read the Heart Sutra for a while. You can go out. Don't let a girl, wait for you for so long. After all, no matter how well cultivated a girl is, there will be times when she is unhappy. It's time for dinner. I'll bring you something to eat." Luocho nodded, opened the door, and left. "Officer, I have said many times, I really don't know anything. I was walking in the corridor when I was suddenly knocked out. When I woke up, I saw you." Fei Ying looked at the expressionless Ma Haod and said helplessly, "I really don't know who Qian Guoliang is, let alone how he died. You also saw that I was tied up in the room. What can I do? I also want to know why this dead guy caught me." "Officer, I have eaten more salt than you have eaten sugar. You said that this matter has nothing to do with you. Who are you lying to?" Ma Haod sneered. "You'd better tell the truth. If you don't, I can let you stay in the detention center for as long as you like." Fei Ying frowned and said, "Officer, are you threatening me? No matter what, I'm still a victim. I can report you for abusing your power at any time, whatever. Anyway, there are so many reports on my desk that I can use them to boil soup. You're not the only one." Sir Ma said indifferently, "And you appeared in the deceased's room in full view of everyone. If you don't tell the truth, the court will decide what to do." Just as he said this, a crew member hurried over and said quickly, "Officer Ma, we found a lot of jewelry in this man's room. Some of them seemed to be stolen by tourists on the cruise ship." Fei Ying's face suddenly changed slightly. Sir Ma sneered directly, "It seems that you don't need to be a suspect. You can go to the prison for a visit just because of theft." Fei Ying shook his body quickly. He was still tied to the stool. The police officer had no intention of letting him go at all. The chair kept hitting, and Fei Ying shouted at this time, "I'm innocent. Someone must have framed me. Officer, you have to believe me. I'm really innocent." Another crew member came in at this time and said quickly, "Officer Ma, we found the video. Last night, at about 8:15, this man and Qian Guoliang entered the room together. About 10 minutes later, Qian Guoliang went out, and then he never came out." Sir Ma sneered directly and grabbed Fei Ying's collar. "How about it? You still say that you have nothing to do with this Qian Guoliang? You'd better tell the truth, or I'll directly identify you as a murder suspect." Fei Ying opened his mouth and frowned. "That guy, is he really dead?" Ma Haod sneered. "It seems that you won't give up until all hope is gone. You, carry this guy, I'll let him see the body. Li Zi, do you use your strength? I can't go up." In the corridor, Ren Xiling, who had climbed half of her body to the ceiling, was struggling to continue to climb up, but it seemed to be a little difficult. Li Zi looked at the place where Ren Xiling was stuck and sighed, "Sister Ren, do you think about losing weight? Don't talk nonsense. Push me harder, harder soon, soon." Because the upper body had already sunk into the ceiling, the sound that came down seemed to be a little bit, and so on. So Li Zi took a breath, quietly, then, "I'm coming. Come on. Harder, harder. I can stand it. Ah. Ha. Ah. It hurts." Finally, under the heart of Li Zi, Sub-Editor Rin ascended to the sky as she wished. Oh no! She successfully climbed up to the ceiling. Li Zi clapped her hands at this time. When she was about to eat something to celebrate, she suddenly looked at the end of the corridor and saw that there was a figure looking at this side. A woman wearing sunglasses and a headscarf, holding a satchel, looked like a tourist. But when she met Li Zi's eyes, the woman immediately left. "Well," Li Zi blinked doubtfully. "What are you looking at? Come up quickly." Ren Xiling poked her head out at this time and stretched out her hand. Hurry up, I'll pull you up. It's quite spacious up here. Chapter 571. Qian Guiliang's body was still placed in the original place for the time being, but it had been temporarily covered with a white tablecloth. Yu Yi squatted down and lifted the white cloth slightly. Miss Maid naturally couldn't let her master do this kind of work. Miss Maid's blue eyes were shining. The Empress who made her not only made these eyes look particularly beautiful, but also gave these gem-like pupils some special abilities. For example, X-ray vision. The two crew members who were guarding here stood straight at this time, looking straight ahead as if they were turning a blind eye to all this. After a while, Yui covered the white cloth again and stood up. She looked at Luocio and said, Master, Qian Guiliang's fatal wound is indeed the knife in his chest, but there are no fingerprints. I think the murderer is more careful. Luocio had already ignored the physique of something happening wherever he went. Since he had encountered it, he might as well use it as a way to pass the time. Anyway, for the boss, paying attention to this murder case was much more interesting than having a vacation on this Bayou cruise ship. Since it was a way to pass the time, the boss did not intend to buy information directly for the time being. It was purely a small game to play with Yi. Other than that, Luocio nodded and asked. Anyway, when Sir Ma's support arrived, the accompanying forensic evidence would be able to find specific things after being examined. So, in Luocio's view, Yu Yi, who had the same ability but was faster, was not considered breaking the rules. It was just a matter of time. Also, he was poisoned. Yu Yi said directly, judging from the toxins in his body, it should be aminoperhydroquinazoline type compound, which is commonly known as tetrodotoxin. Tetrodotoxin? Luocio was stunned. Yes. Yi nodded and said, I remember that there is a Japanese restaurant in the entertainment area. There is tetrodotoxin on the menu. If it was not brought up in advance, it is possible to get it from this restaurant and then process it alone. If it is tetrodotoxin, it is enough to be fatal. Luocio shook his head and said, It's enough to kill. There's no need to stab him with a knife. And Luocio looked at the bloodstains that extended all the way up the stairs and said indifferently, We're already at sea. It's better to throw the corpse in the sea. With that, Luocio walked down the stairs. Yu Yi naturally followed. Before she left, she waved her hand at the two crew members who were standing guard. The two crew members suddenly trembled as if they had come back to life. The boss followed the palm print all the way to the wall and finally came to the place where the palm print stopped. Then he looked around carefully before finally raising his head and looking at the ceiling. Yu Yi said softly, It should be Miss Ren and Miss Lizzie. Luocio smiled and said, This is her interest. Let her be. Anyway, there was nothing up there except for rats and cockroaches. Even if we encounter them, with Lizzie around, there should be no problem. With that said, Luocio walked back and said as he walked, Qian Guiliang came for the treasure of the Bayou cruise ship. Fei Ying also came for the treasure, but Fei Ying was locked in Qian Guiliang's room all night, tied up and unconscious. Yu Yi, what do you think? Both of them have the key to finding the treasure in their hands. Miss Maid thought for a while and said, Since Fei Ying was knocked unconscious, he must have been tricked by Qian Guiliang. Officer Ma and the others did not find the design drawings and protractors in the room, so Qian Guiliang must have taken them away when he went out. There are two doubts. First, since Qian Guiliang had the intention of monopolizing it, why did he just tie Fei Ying up instead of killing him? Second, the design drawings and protractors were not found on Qian Guiliang's body. That is to say, there are other hunters or insiders. Luocio stopped in the middle of the corridor. There were bloody palm prints on his left and right, and in front of him was a locked door. There was also a bloody palm print on the door. This was the corridor utility room used to store cleaning and cleaning tools. It's locked, Yu Yi said after trying. Well, Uncle Ma brought someone to see the body. Luocio suddenly said, There's nothing to see here. Let's go to the restaurant and have a look. When the white cloth covering the body was taken away by Ma Howd, Fei Ying's gloomy face could not be hidden. He showed obvious surprise. This guy used a fake name and a fake ID card. His origin can be said to be completely unknown. Ma Howd looked at Fei Ying at this time. You are the only person we found who is related to him. If you still don't intend to cooperate, you know the consequences yourself. The identity of a nameless dead person is not easy to check, but for a living person like you, we always have a simple and effective way. Police officer, can you let me go first? Fei Ying suddenly said at this time. He was still tied up. Yes. To Fei Ying's surprise, Officer Ma agreed very straightforwardly. Fei Ying was a little surprised, and he couldn't help but secretly rejoice. But he was not happy for too long, because Sir Ma directly locked Fei Ying's and his own wrists with handcuffs at this time, and then handed the key to the old Captain Mu Enli's hand to let someone untie Fei Ying. You can tell the truth now, right? Ma Howd said calmly. It's my bad luck to meet a tough guy like you. Fei Ying glared at Ma Howd bitterly and said, I can say it, but I will only tell you one side. The two walked to the side. Fei Ying looked at Sir Ma and said, Officer Ma, first of all, I declare that this guy's death really has nothing to do with me. I can't kill him. What's your relationship? Why did he want to deal with you? Ma Howd asked directly. Fei Ying said helplessly, In fact, it's barely a cooperative relationship. I met this guy on the ship. We're going to find the treasure of this Bayou cruise, so we plan to join forces. Ma Howd frowned and said in a deep voice, Make it clear. Having said that, Fei Ying was just a gentleman on the beam. Even if it was theft, it was much better than murder. He simply told some of the situation he knew. Anyway, he hadn't left the ship yet. He might still find a chance to get away, but if he didn't cooperate with this tough cop at this time, he would definitely suffer. Taking advantage of the situation was also one of the essentials of being a gentleman on the beam. That's what happened. After I was knocked out by this guy, I didn't wake up until you came. Fei Ying said with some anger, This bitch actually took away my drawings. Is what you said true? Is there really a treasure on the Bayou cruise? Ma Howd looked at Fei Ying suspiciously. Fei Ying said, You also saw it. Didn't you find a lot of drawings of the Bayou cruise in Qian, Guiyang's room? Besides, why would I lie to you? It's not good for me to lie to you. With that said, Fei Ying glanced at the old captain and the crew not far away. He suddenly lowered his voice and said, Sir, I only told you about the treasure. Why don't we work it out? You're a policeman and your salary isn't high, right? It's also dangerous. If we find this treasure and split it 50-50, then we don't have to worry about it for the rest of our lives. Think about it, it's a treasure. Ma Howd slapped Fei Ying's head. Is that something you can take? Even if there is, it has to be turned over to the state. Or 60-40 is also fine. You 60, I 40, 70-30? Looking at Sir Ma's increasingly ugly face, Fei Ying cried, 91 is 91 done? It's not easy for me to come out. Don't hit, don't hit. Turn it over, turn it over. Don't hit. Humph. Ma Howd snorted coldly. I'll listen to the treasure first. But the most important thing now is to find the murderer. Fei Ying, from now on you can't leave me. And you have to help me find the murderer. Fei Ying glanced at the handcuffs that connected the two people, and the key was in the hands of the old captain. How else can I leave you? As long as you're happy. Then, what about going to the toilet? Fei Ying swallowed his saliva and asked faintly. Ma Howd said disdainfully, You little thieves. Do you always think that you can escape with such a lousy excuse as going to the toilet? You don't have to go to the toilet. Use this. With that said, Sir Ma stuffed a mineral water bottle into Fei Ying's hands. Fei Ying took the bottle silently and asked faintly again, Sir, did you drink this? Is there a problem? No, no problem. Fei Ying. What could he do? He was also very desperate. In the central control room, Mu Qinghai walked in. Deputy Captain Mu. The crew members here immediately stood up. Mu Qinghai said indifferently, "The police in the city have been contacted. They will land in a helicopter later. You pay attention to the signal reception and guide them to land." "Got it." Mu Qinghai nodded and suddenly asked, "Has Officer Ma seen the surveillance video just now?" The crew member said he has seen it. It seems that he didn't find anything. Then he went out with the captain again. It seems that he went to the room of the deceased. Chapter 572. When the helicopter landed, the wind pressure blew Sir Ma's hair into a mess, but he didn't care at all. The moment the helicopter landed, he dragged Fei Ying and walked up directly. Lin Feng jumped down first and said directly, "Sir Ma, the helicopter seats are limited, so I can only bring a guy and a forensic officer." "Sir Ma." Xiao Bao, the forensic officer mentioned by Lin Feng, also came down to greet him. "Old Qin still hasn't finished his vacation?" Ma Hao shook his head. "Xiao Bao, it's been hard on you this time." Xiao Bao nodded and said, "It's okay. Sir Ma, if it's possible, I want to borrow the medical room on the ship. It shouldn't be a problem, right? According to what you said, the body of the deceased is still fresh. It will be better if we examine it now." The old captain who accompanied them nodded at this time and said, "No problem, I will arrange it. If there is anything else you need, just say it. Then I will go and move the body first." "Where is the body?" Xiao Bao said seriously. "I will let you take you there." The old captain randomly ordered a crew member to lead the way. Lin Feng looked at Fei Ying next to Ma Hao at this time and hesitated. "Sir Ma, who is this person?" "He is a suspect for the time being." Ma Hao said indifferently, "Lin Feng, there is no time for you and the guys to rest. The murderer must be caught before the Bayou cruise returns to land. We can't ask all the tourists on the ship to stay on board. But if the real murderer can't be caught before the return landing, it will be even more troublesome. The murderer will leave with the tourists." "I understand." Lin Feng's face also became dignified. "Let's return to the helicopter and call a few more guys over." Ma Hao nodded and said, "Let's go to the scene and take a closer look while Xiao Bao is examining." Ren Xiling took out her mobile phone. The glimmer on the ceiling passage could no longer support her observation. "Sister Ren, is it really useful for us to search here?" Lizzie followed behind Ren Xiling, watching Ren Xiling's hips swaying in front of her. Speaking of which, she seemed to have never seen Ren Xiling wearing a skirt. Most of the time he wore plain clothes with a white shirt and almost no makeup. Although he was a little far from being slovenly, it seemed that he didn't like to dress up. Regardless of whether it's useful or not, let's do it first. How do you know that the road ahead is not what you need? Ren Xiling said as she crawled ahead. Speaking of which, Lizzie, can you not touch me? Are you LES? Huh? I don't have any. No. Ren Xiling was stunned for a moment. She felt a tingling sensation rising from her stomach and then directly to her chest. Ren Xiling gasped and said, "Lizzie, something is crawling on my body." "Don't. F***CK, don't mess around." The little thing began to drill into the gap between the shirt and the underwear and began to swim around the bulging twin peaks. How could Queen Rin of the magazine tolerate this? She stretched out her hand to catch the bulging thing. It must be a mouse. In such a place, of course, only a mouse could be thought of. F***CK, you still want to go? Where are you going? Sister Rin, don't kick me. Can you relax? This mouse may run away by itself. Lizzie, who was a monster, reminded her at this time. In fact, as long as she released a little bit of monster aura, she could scare away this little mouse. Huh. You want to run away after taking advantage of me? No way. If I can't kill you, I'll write my name upside down. Ren Xiling obviously didn't intend to let it go, and the range of her movements became more and more exaggerated. Sister Rin, you kicked me again. This time it's my face. Lizzie cried sadly. Lizzie, come on me. No, come on. Ren Xiling said loudly at this time. This little guy is too cunning. I'll trap it, you take it out for me. Come on. Yes, climb on me. Let's clamp this damn mouse to death together. Okay. Lizzie tried to climb onto Ren Xiling's body in the narrow space. After a while, their legs were entangled together, but this posture made the space even narrower. How can you catch the bird like this? But Ren Xiling said at this time, hands. Put your hands into my clothes. I've sealed the neckline, it can't get out. Then I'll put my hands in. Lizzie said softly. Then she slipped her right hand under Ren Xiling's clothes and slipped it into her clothes. It was like congealed fat. It had a very delicate feeling, unexpectedly. How to say it? Lizzie found that Ren Xiling's body had a very good spirituality. But she knows that Ren Xiling is indeed just an ordinary person. But there seems to be a very spiritual treasure around her, which has been nourishing her body. This is probably why she is so confident even without makeup. She often eats instant noodles, stays up late, smokes and depraves herself, but still maintains the enviable quality of her body. How long are you going to touch it? I'll let you catch the mouse. You pervert. Unconsciously, I'm a little bit. Haha. Lizzie smiled awkwardly. I clamped it. Catch it quickly. Ren Xiling suddenly said at this time. Clamped. Lizzie was stunned and subconsciously looked at Ren Xiling's towering breasts. She moved her lips and didn't know where to start to complain. Ren Xiling pressed her breasts hard at this time, and the towering and plump saintess breasts were squeezed at this time. But in the ravine of the breasts, there was a small bulge at this time. The so-called clamping turned out to be this kind of clamping. Hurry up. This damn thing seems to be biting my button, Ren Xiling urged at this time. I'm wearing a front button today. She always felt a little pressure. Lizzie sighed and reached out to touch the bulge in her breasts, the mouse. However, the rat was still struggling. It was struggling up and down in the ravine between the two peaks. Hurry up, I'm uncomfortable. The ceiling passageway was already very hot and stuffy. The heat coming from nowhere made Ren Xiling sweat even more. Her body became sticky, especially under her neck, which had long been dripping with fragrant sweat. But this abominable little thing was still struggling up and down. I've got it. Lizzie finally touched the mouse's tail, and then slowly pulled it out of the ravine of the breasts. It's really a little mouse. Lizzie held the mouse's tail and lifted it up. Unexpectedly, Ren Xiling grabbed her with one hand at this time. She didn't show any fear that a woman should have. Lizzie was not surprised. Last time when there was a rat disaster in the city, Sister Rin killed all the rats with a baseball bat. Lizzie originally planned to let this little guy go, but now she could only mourn for it in her heart for 3 seconds. You're dead. Ren Xiling sneered, directly held the little mouse's body, and then directly smashed it down to the ceiling below, directly. So cruel. Lizzie, do you feel a little bit heavy? Ren Xiling suddenly said at this time. Do I? It seems to be really heavy. The two stacked bodies fell down at this time. In a few seconds, Ren Xiling felt as if she was released, and her body was in a state of weightlessness directly. Wow! The two of them fell into a space surrounded by dense water mist. Ren Xiling got up, but found that she was not very painful. She found that when she fell, she was on top of Lizzie. Lizzie, are you all right? I'm fine. I'm not afraid of pain. Lizzie smiled, and then said embarrassedly, Sister Rin, is it better for us to leave this place quickly? Ren Xiling looked up subconsciously. This place surrounded by mist was obviously a bathhouse, and it was a men's bathhouse. A man who was taking a shower here looked at the two women, who fell from the ceiling in amazement. The bath towel, wrapped around his body, suddenly fell to the ground, but he still looked at Ren Xiling and Lizzie. Humph, so small. Ren Xiling sneered. The man panicked and covered his private parts with his hands, opening his mouth. But the two women stood up and left directly as if nothing had happened. Wow. So cool. Sure enough, beer is the best. Outside the bathhouse, Ren Xiling bought a bottle of beer from the vending machine and gulped it down. Lizzie said that she was not good at drinking, so she drank milk. The result is that we didn't find anything. Lizzie leaned against the wall and said helplessly. Ren Xiling patted Lizzie's shoulder and said, "Ha ha, this is life. Let's go." In fact, the two had not really left the bathhouse, but just came to the locker room. At this time, obviously, someone pushed the door and came in. Ren Xiling held Lizzie's head, and they hid behind a cabinet. It seemed that two people came in. At this time, one of them suddenly said, "Power outage?" The other said, "Yes, about 4:00 in the morning." The power outage lasted for about 10 minutes? Really? I was in the computer room and everything was normal. I don't know. Anyway, the power in the central control room was cut off for a while, and then it returned to normal. Nothing happened. I checked and there was no problem. Then the shift changed at 6:00 in the morning, and I went back to my room to rest. Should we talk to the captain? After all, someone died. It's not necessary. The man said casually the vice captain was also there when the power was cut off, and it just stopped for a while, so it didn't affect anything. Besides, the vice captain will definitely tell the police about this kind of thing. So why should I get involved? Don't you think it's not bad enough? Chapter 573. Please sit. What would the two of you like to eat? The waiter was very polite and even warmly pulled out stools for Luocio and Yi offering the menu. Luocio looked at the menu for a while, then raised his head and asked, "Is there puffer fish?" "Oh, I'm sorry," the waiter said apologetically. "If you order now, I don't think it can be made." Luocio asked curiously, "But isn't it written on the menu? And it's a signature dish." The waiter said, "Sir, puffer fish is very difficult to handle. If the master's technique is wrong, it will be very troublesome for people to eat it. This puffer fish dish is indeed our restaurant's signature dish, but the only master in our restaurant who can handle puffer fish got it when we boarded the ship, so he can't hold a knife for now." "Oh," Luocio nodded, "so there's no puffer fish here?" The waiter said, "That's not the case, the boss bought the goods. But the master can't handle it, so he can only put it in the freezer. Anyway, it won't spoil, just not as fresh." Boss Luo nodded and suddenly asked, "There should be a lot of people who come here to eat pufferfish, right?" The waiter was quite good-tempered. He smiled, then glanced at the front desk, lowered his voice, and said, "To be honest, although it's a signature dish, the sales are really not good. If this pufferfish is not delicious, people will die. So many people don't dare to eat it. The boss is just making a gimmick. In fact, only a few portions are sold a day. But in fact, if you dare to eat it, the taste is really good. I've eaten it before, and the taste is simply indescribable. You will definitely want to eat it a second time after eating it once." "But there isn't one now, right?" Yi said indifferently at this time. The waiter could only smile awkwardly, looking at this extremely beautiful woman in a daze, as if he couldn't move his eyes away. "But I'm serious. This puffer fish is really delicious. Even our captain here is a fan." "Captain, are you here to eat too?" Luocio put down the menu. "Yes, a regular customer." The waiter pointed at the corner of the restaurant. "Every time we come, the captain will sit there and order a puffer fish dish." It was a position where one could see the sea. "Was the captain here yesterday?" Yi asked curiously. The waiter revealed an infatuated expression and subconsciously said, "Yesterday afternoon he also came, but he didn't get to eat puffer fish, so he left after chatting with the master." "Give us a sushi platter," Yi said with a smile. "That's all." The waiter nodded and left this kind of Japanese restaurant with some disappointment. The kitchen was open, so the waiter went directly to the kitchen table. Perhaps it was because someone had died on the deck, but many tourists did not go out. The entertainment district was much quieter, and there were only a few people in the restaurant. An elderly chef was boiling soup in the kitchen. His wrist was wrapped in gauze. He was probably the chef who could handle the pufferfish. The other two chefs were also tinkering with something. What did you order? Probably because he was too idle, the young chef, who was originally looking at the menu, asked in boredom at this time. The waiter shrugged and said, "Originally I ordered pufferfish, but there was none, so I ordered a platter." Pufferfish. The young chef nodded, then suddenly looked at the old chef and said, "By the way, master, I checked the freezer in the morning, and it seems that there is one pufferfish missing." The old chef, who was stirring the soup pot, turned his head. "Is it missing? There are a total of 12 pufferfish. Did you count clearly?" "Yes, there are only 11 pufferfish." 11 pufferfish? Did I remember it wrong? The old chef frowned. "I'll look at the purchase list later. You finish the dishes first." "Okay." After a while, "Sir, miss, your sushi platter." The waiter came back with the plate. Luacho smiled and said, "Please pack it up and we'll take it away." The palm print stopped here. Did it fall from the ceiling? Lin Feng looked up at the top of the corridor. Ma Haud shook his head and said, "If it fell from above, would the ceiling still be fine? Besides, the deceased lost so much blood. Is there no blood stain on it?" "That's true." Lin Feng nodded, and then he was puzzled. "But the palm started here. Can this person appear out of thin air? The surveillance didn't capture it. Isn't this night too magical?" With that said, Lin Feng knocked on the wall next to him. "What are you knocking on?" Ma Haud said in a daze. Lin Feng said, "I'm looking to see if there is a secret door or something like that. Maybe it came out from a secret door." Ma Haud also knocked on the wall. Fei Ying, who was dragged by Sir Ma, looked at the two of them with an expression of looking at an idiot. He shook his head and said, "Ah, sir, if there is a secret door here, it won't be in this structure. What's your opinion?" Ma Haud stared at Fei Ying. "Ah, sir, why don't you let me go first, and I'll give you some advice. I promise I won't leave." Fei Ying smiled. "If you don't say it, I promise I won't embarrass you," Ma Haud said seriously. Fei Ying. He had really never seen such a shameless person before. "Uncle Ma, you're really here." Suddenly there was Luacio's voice. Ma Haud looked back and saw Luacio and Yu Yu walking over side by side, so he asked curiously, "Little Luacio, why are you here? Aren't you accompanying your auntie?" Luacio smiled and said, "I saw someone guarding on the deck, so I knew you were here. Then the policeman, uncle, saw me and didn't say anything. He just told me you were here and let me in." After all, there was a layer of relationship. The people in the whole brigade admired the person who died bravely. When they saw his child, they more or less remembered the friendship. If Ren Xiling could come and go as she pleased, then in fact Luacio was the same. It was just that this child hardly used this privilege and never showed anything. This was why Ma Haud was 100 times more at ease with Luacio than with Ren Xiling. That guy too. Ma Haud shook his head. "Forget it. Since you're here, there's nothing to see. Let's eat something." Luacio smiled and said, "Uncle Ma, you didn't have time to eat breakfast. It's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. You should be hungry. Sushi platter, is that okay? Speaking of which, I'm really hungry." Ma Haud suddenly had a big appetite. Since he couldn't control his physical labor last night until now, his stomach was completely empty. At this moment, his stomach was rumbling with hunger. How could he hold it back? "You're still the best to me. If I relied on your woman, she probably wouldn't even give me water to drink." Ma Haud happily took the takeout box from Yu Ye's hand. "Lin Feng, you eat too. When you're full, you can work." Looking at the two police officers sharing the sushi here, Fei Ying subconsciously swallowed his saliva. He was also in a completely empty state for the whole night and the whole morning. He didn't even drink a sip of water. The cruelest thing in the world was that when you were hungry, the food was clearly in front of you, but you couldn't enjoy it. "Do you want to eat?" Ma Haod smiled and sent a piece of sushi to Fei Ying. Fei Ying immediately stretched out his hand with a smile. Unexpectedly, Ma Haod directly retracted his palm and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing happily. So cheap. Ah, sir, I surrender. Did I say it? Fei Ying could only helplessly say, I'll tell you my findings. Can you at least let me eat something? Tell me. If it's useful, there will be a reward. Ma Haod nodded. Fei Ying looked at the sushi that was not much left and quickly said, Ah, sir, have you ever thought that Qian Guoliang didn't start walking from here? Ma Haod was stunned. What do you mean? Fei Ying pointed to the handprint here and said, The handprint started from here, but this place is special. The camera can't capture the position of the corner, so it's a blind spot. You can only see Qian Guoliang appear from this place at most, right? Fei Ying pointed to a certain position in the passage that turned the corner toward the deck. From here, it should be the picture of Qian Guoliang appearing, right? Ma Haod frowned. What Fei Ying said was true. The picture on the surveillance video was indeed so. But this guy hadn't seen it before, but he could actually infer it. He didn't know where he came from. He was afraid that he was not as simple as a little thief. And then the palm lines don't match. Fei Ying said coldly, This bloody handprint looks like it's extended all the way. But it's actually two different handprints. Their palm lines are not consistent. Fei Ying dragged Ma Haod to a door in the passage, which was marked as a utility room. He pointed to the handprint on the door and said, After this door, come to the position where the corner begins to appear. This section is completely different from the one leading to the deck. Really? Lin Feng was stunned. He frowned and matched his palm with it. Then he compared it one by one and said, It's true. There's some difference in the length of the little finger from the front to the back. It's really different, but you can see that the palm lines are different. Your eyes are very good. Fei Ying said proudly at this time, How is it? Ah, sir, am I right? Can you give me something to eat now? Ma Haod snorted coldly and stuffed the box directly into Fei Ying's hand. Eat it. You've done a good job this time. Fei Ying laughed twice and felt that his stomach was out of control. He opened the box without saying a word, but he could only see a pile of wasabi that had been destroyed. How could he still see the existence of sushi? The two policemen next to him pretended to see nothing and looked at the ceiling. Ma Haod suddenly burped and picked his teeth with his fingers. Fei Ying threw the box on the ground and choked on the wasabi that he had eaten when he was in grief and indignation at the murder scene. Chapter 574. The palm print is indeed different, but the blood stain should be the same. Xiao Bao, who was wearing gloves, looked at the two test strips in his hand. It should be said that the blood type is the same, but whether it is from the same person or not, we need to compare the DNA. After Ma Haod heard that, he immediately said, Then you should do the DNA comparison as soon as possible. Sir Ma, this will take too long. I think the earliest would be tomorrow. Xiao Bao shook his head and said, The equipment in the medical room is not very complete. It is enough for an autopsy, but it is not enough for a more detailed examination. Ma Haod paused. Did you find anything on Qian Guoliang's body? Xiao Bao said, Let's talk about the stab wound on the chest first. I found that the stab wound on the chest should be caused by two different stab wounds. Ma Haod frowned and said, What do you mean by two stab wounds? Xiao Bao used his finger as a weapon and inserted it into his chest. He explained, First, the first stab was from here, but the stab was not deep enough to cause fatal damage. Then the second stab was made, and the second stab was directly into the heart. Two stab wounds? Could it be that the murderer did not have enough strength the first time, so he did it again? Lin Feng thought and asked. We can't rule out that possibility. Xiao Bao said seriously, but it could also be two different people who did it one after the other. Other than the victim's fingerprints, there were no other suspicious fingerprints on the weapon, so I can't be sure how many there were. but I think it's more likely that there was one. I personally believe Officer Lin's theory. Because the first stab was not enough, the second stab was made. Did you find anything else? Ma Haud continued to ask. Xiao Bao said, also, I found a very small wound on the victim's thigh. The blood sample showed signs of poisoning. As for what kind of poison it is, we can only wait for the results from the Bureau. In any case, I sent the data back. He was poisoned. Ma Haud was stunned. Xiao Bao nodded. There should be no difference, and the poisoning time is longer. At this time, a crew member rushed to the scene of the murder. He had run all the way here, so he was panting. Officer Ma, I've found the key to the utility room that you wanted. Open this door and let me see. Thus, the door that was stained with the handprint was directly opened. A stench filled the air. Lin Feng held a flashlight and illuminated the interior of the room. It was a very small space. Basically, it was filled with cleaning tools, disinfectants, detergents, and the like. However, Lin Feng squatted down and looked carefully for a while, then stood up and shook his head. Sir Ma, I didn't find anything. This utility room seems to have not been opened for a long time. There is dust on the ground, but I didn't find any footprints. It seems that the dead can't come out from here. Besides, a dying man can't just lock the door. He wouldn't have the key, right? I don't get it. Ma Haud scratched his head in annoyance. At this time, the old captain, Mu Enli, walked over slowly and asked seriously, Officer, is there anything you found? Ma Haud shook his head. There is nothing particularly useful, the old captain said at this time. In this case, why don't you take a break first? I have booked a restaurant for everyone. Even if you can't eat, you should at least take a break. Ma Haud had just finished eating, so he was not very hungry. However, considering that Xiao Bao and the police officer outside were probably exhausted, he had to nod and agree. Luochio, you come along too. Sir Ma looked at boss Luo, who had been listening quietly at the scene, and suddenly said, Miss, you are so beautiful. On the way to the restaurant, Fei Ying suddenly whistled at a woman passing by. He even touched the girl's ear shamelessly, which immediately caused the other party to scream. The girl was so scared that she ran away as if she had seen a ghost. When Ma Haud saw this, he twisted Fei Ying's arm and shouted, Fei Ying, do you want to add another charge of harassment? Ah, sir. As the saying goes, a fair lady is a good match for a gentleman. Besides, she was shy and walked away. She didn't say anything, right? Fei Ying laughed and said, There are so many male students in the school who lift the skirts of female students. Why don't you catch them? Motherf * cur. Ma Haud slapped the back of Fei Ying's head hard and said fiercely, You better behave yourself. Otherwise, I will hang you on the railing of the boat and let you be a salted fish. Ah, sir, are you abusing me? Okay. Don't use violence. I will be quiet. Fei Ying looked at Ma Haud's thunderous face with fear and quickly begged for mercy. Let me eat something. I promise to behave myself. Let's go. Ma Haud pulled Fei Ying and continued to walk. Don't walk so fast. Ah, sir, I have no strength. While talking nonsense with Officer Ma, Fei Ying quietly pinched the hand that was not locked at this time. Inside, there was a black U-shaped hairpin, the one that was just touched from the hair of the woman who was being molested. Unexpectedly, Fei Ying, who was secretly delighted, suddenly met a line of sight at this time. The young man who didn't look like a policeman, but the police treated him particularly well. Fei Ying was stunned. He saw that the young man named Luochio glanced at him at this time with a faint smile. Fei Ying frowned subconsciously, but found that Luochio seemed to have found nothing. He walked on his own and no longer looked at him. Am I being paranoid? Fei Ying muttered, but the feeling of being watched just now, he seemed to have felt it somewhere before. When the group came to the restaurant arranged by the captain, Ma Haud was surprised to find that before they arrived, there were already acquaintances here. Rin Xiling and Li Zi. Luochio, here. I have ordered a lot of delicious food for you. Rin Xiling waved directly at this time. I have eaten. I am not hungry. Luoqiu shook his head calmly. Rin Xiling's palms under the table were clenched into fists, but the expression on her face was still relaxed if it weren't for the unusual twitching of her eyelids. Ma Haud asked another police officer to come over at this time. He transferred his handcuffs to the police officer's hands and asked him to handcuff Fei Ying. You take him over there to eat. Remember, don't let him walk around, let alone go to the toilet. If he has a stomachache or something, let him poop out on the spot if you have the ability. Fei Ying moved his lips and was pulled away by the police officer in despair. He sat at another table and quietly raised his finger at Ma Haud. He whispered, You win. Ma Haud didn't even look at him. He released his hands and sat down comfortably. He asked, Why are you here? Li Zi bit the fork and said, Officer Ma, we met the old captain on the way. He said that he had arranged a restaurant. Sister Rin said that she might as well wait for you here. Ma Haud frowned and looked at Rin Xiling. Say, you really didn't cause trouble everywhere? Ma Haud, to put it nicely, what do you mean by causing trouble? Rin Xiling snorted coldly. Think about it. When have I not helped? If you have the ability, don't ask me for information in the future. If you have the ability, I will be thankful if you charge me less every time. In order to collect the informant fee for you, I have to eat dirt every month. Luoqiu pulled out a chair for Yu Yi and let her sit down first. Then he sat down quietly and looked at Ma Haud and Rin Xiling bickering with a smile. Okay, don't quarrel. Li Zi quickly finished the quarrel and said, Officer Ma, we may have made a contribution this time. Sister Ren and I found something. Ma Haud was surprised. Oh, tell me about it. Auntie Rin said, Pay up. Ma Haud said wittily, The child is still here. Don't be like this. Image. Only then did Auntie Rin remember that her future daughter-in-law was still here. Her future mother-in-law really needed to maintain her image. So she cleared her throat and said gently, I said that talking about money hurts feelings, but you didn't listen to me. Really, old Ma, we have been friends for so many years. Do you think I am the kind of person who only cares about money? Cough. Li Zi and I found that there was a short power outage in the central control room at around 4:00 last night. Power outage? Ma Haud was taken aback and frowned. Is it true? When the captain and I went to the monitoring room, he didn't mention this to me. Rin Xiling said it should be true. I heard it from a crew member. In addition, the person you saw in the monitoring room in the morning should not be the one from last night. There was a shift change between them. Ma Haud pondered for a while. What else? Rin Xiling spread her palms and said, It seems that the deputy captain Mu Qinghai was also there at that time. Ma Haud subconsciously looked at the old captain at this time. As the captain, Mu Enli had a reason to sit here and accompany them. Seeing Officer Ma's gaze, the old captain nodded and said, Officer Ma, I will confirm this matter immediately. Sorry to trouble you. Ma Haud said, By the way, call the crew members and the deputy captain who were on duty at that time. I want to ask them personally. Okay. The old captain's face was a little dignified, and he quickly left his seat. Li Zi suddenly put down the food in her hand at this time, looked outside the restaurant, and made a soft sound. That woman, I seem to have seen her before. Who is it? Rin Xiling looked curiously in the direction Li Zi was looking at. In front of the cupboard in front of a shop opposite the restaurant, a woman with a headscarf was looking over here, but she immediately turned her head away. Li Zi said, I remember. I saw her at the murder scene. But after she was seen by me, she immediately walked away. Ma Haud frowned and turned her head in an instant. She saw the woman in front of the cupboard, suddenly lowered her head and walked away quickly. Sir Ma stood up abruptly. Lin Feng, chase after her. Well, you look after Fei Ying. With that, the two of them hurriedly ran out of the restaurant. But soon after, Sir Ma and Lin Feng came back with a frustrated look. We lost her. We don't know where she went. You two are together, yet you let a woman get lost? Ren Xiling was surprised. There is no one outside now, right? Lin Feng said angrily, this woman is not like an ordinary person. Looking at the route she chose and calmly walking, it's like she has received anti-tracking skills. Yes. Ma Hao nodded and said, she seemed to be able to hear us. I haven't stood up yet. And she left immediately. Her vigilance is too. With that, Ma Hao and Lin Feng looked at each other. They pulled out the chairs at the same time, squatted down, and reached out to touch something under the table. Got it, it's here. Lin Feng put a small black thing the size of 2 fingers on the table at this time. This is a wiretap? When was it installed here? Ren Xiling reached out and picked up the wiretap. Old Ma, this thing doesn't look like an ordinary one. Of course, this is not an ordinary one. If I'm not mistaken, this should be one of the equipment of the German GSG-9 Special Forces. Of course, it is also popular among the agents of many countries. The effective distance can reach. This was the police officer who came over and took the wiretap from Ren Xiling's hand. Listening to the encyclopedic explanation, Ma Hao was suddenly stunned. She looked at the police officer and suddenly said angrily, didn't I ask you to watch Fei Ying? Sir Ma, it's okay. Fei Ying, when? The police officer subconsciously raised his arm, and suddenly his face changed slightly. Where was Fei Ying? Only the lonely handcuffs were still hanging on his arm. There. Li Zi stood up and pointed her finger outside the restaurant. Don't let him run away! Fei Ying looked at Ma Hao through the glass at this time, who was shocked and angry. He shook his head and buttocks, and at the same time he made a 3rd finger gesture with both hands. Then he laughed and ran away. Damn it! If I don't dry you into a salted fish, I'll get off the boat on my stomach. Ma Hao roared and ran out in a straight line. Lin Feng and the other police officers also chased out together. Ren Xiling shook her head, supported her chin on the table with her hand, and sighed. Sure enough, Ma Hao is a good-for-nothing. I don't know how she solved the case for so many years. By the way, Luocio, are you thirsty? Shall I get you something to drink? I'm not thirsty. Luocio shook her head, then looked at Yu Yi and said, Yu Yi, pack some food. Auntie is alone in the room. She should be hungry. Let's go and see her. Okay. So Auntie ran under the table again. Well, this time she pinched Li Zi's thigh. Sister Rin, you can't do this. Li Zi, who was unjustly attacked while eating, looked at her pitifully. In a dark room in the engine room, a table had been swept and only a lamp was turned on. At this time, on the smooth table, a rather old drawing had been spread out. On the drawing, there was a circular protractor. A palm was constantly pushing the protractor at this time. Suddenly, the palm stopped. Chapter 575. Miss Maid retracted her palm from the corridor wall, then looked at Luocio and said softly, Master, Fei Ying has escaped. Officer Ma and the others seemed to have been fooled. Seems. Luocio chuckled, it's more than that. Fei Ying should be a carefree person, so it should be a fight. Yi nodded slowly. This Fei Ying is indeed not a bad person. Master. Miss Maid's eyes narrowed slightly, but Luocio shook his head gently. Boss Luo, who was carrying the food box, continued to walk forward at this time, back to Mrs. Ma's room. The master and servant pretended that nothing had happened as they walked. Just as they turned a corner, they saw an ordinary-looking woman in her 30s. She was wearing plain glasses and neat bangs. They passed by each other. Wait a minute. The woman suddenly spoke behind them. Luocio and Yu Yi turned around and saw the woman pick up a card from the ground, the kind used to open the door. The woman smiled, stretched out the room card she picked up, and said politely, You dropped something. This is not mine. Luocio shook his head. Ye also took out the room card directly to prove it at this time. I see. Sorry, I made a mistake. The woman nodded, then suddenly said, I don't know who dropped it here, but I'm in a hurry. Otherwise, can you do me a favor and send the room card to the lost property office? Luaccio glanced at the woman, then nodded gently. The woman smiled and said, Then I'll have to trouble you. Little brother, you're really a good person. I thought you would refuse. It's no trouble. The woman glanced at ye next to the boss again, then pursed her lips and smiled. Little brother, no wonder you can find such a beautiful girlfriend. Boss Luo didn't explain anything. After taking the room card from the woman left quickly. It seemed that she was really in a hurry, until the woman completely disappeared from sight. Yi smiled and said, This lady just escaped from Officer Ma's pursuit and came to contact Master. I don't know what she wants to do. The room card was quietly left on the ground by the woman. This couldn't be hidden from Ye's eyes. Naturally, it couldn't be hidden from Boss Luo. Luaccio just smiled slightly, retracted his gaze, and looked at Yi instead. He stretched out his hand like a noble young master inviting a noble lady to dance, and said softly, Let's go and hand in this lost property. Yi was stunned for a moment, but then she regained her calm and tranquil appearance. Although she wasn't wearing a maid skirt, she lifted the skirt and put her fingers between Luoccio's fingertips. Sir Ma and his party didn't catch the escaping Fei Ying in the end. They returned to the restaurant in a mess, looking at Sir Ma and his party being wet and colorful, and even having chicken feathers on their heads. Anirin naturally held her stomach and pounded the table and burst into laughter. She felt that she really got her revenge. All her anger temporarily disappeared, so she kindly found a towel to wipe them. F***CK. This Fei Ying is just like a wild monkey. He's so agile that he doesn't look like a human. Ma Haoed cursed indignantly as he wiped his body. Lin Feng nodded in agreement and said angrily, Don't let me see him next time. I must kill him. Okay, unless he jumps into the sea, he can't escape. Ren Xiling crossed her legs at this time and said, When you went out to chase him just now, I thought for a while, what's the origin of this woman who used the bug? Ma Haoed raised his head and asked, What's the origin? Ren Xiling looked at the third police officer. Didn't Lai just say that this bug is a high-grade military product? How can ordinary people get it? Police officer Lai nodded. Indeed, let alone ordinary people, we may not have this kind of equipment in our system. Of course, except for the special department. So, Ma Haoed looked at Ren Xiling and asked. Ani Ren shrugged and said, I can't think of it. There are too few clues. But this woman used this kind of thing to eavesdrop on our conversation. She probably has something to do with this murder case. Old Ma, you said that Qian Guoliang's identity was fake, but he died here. And there's also a woman of unknown origin who used this kind of high-grade military goods. I don't understand. What are these two guys aiming for? You said that they wanted to have sex for a trip. Who would believe it? Sister Rin is really down to earth whenever she speaks. Li Zi had an interesting look on her face. Is it also for that? Ma Haoed seemed to think of something at this moment, and his face became slightly dignified. Sir Ma, what did you find? Lin Feng asked curiously. Ma Haoed pondered at this moment, then looked at everyone and said, About Fei Ying, aren't you curious about why I locked him up? In fact, in addition to finding him in Qian Guoliang's room, there is another thing that is. Sir Ma told them about the treasure that Fei Ying revealed. This guy actually said that he would cooperate with me and quietly divide the treasure. Am I, Ma Haoed, that kind of person? Wait, does this Bayou cruise ship really have treasure? Ren Xiling was stunned and said in surprise, Didn't you say before that this was just a gimmick to attract tourists and crew members? Sure. Ma Haoed made a silent gesture. Although this restaurant was arranged by the captain for them, it was not reserved. There were still 2 or 3 tables for ordinary people who came to eat. Ren Xiling pursed her lips. Ma Haud said, "At first, I just listened. But looking at Fei Ying's skill, Qian Guiliang's fake identity, and this woman of unknown origin, I increasingly feel that this matter is likely to be true. In the vast sea, for the legendary treasure, treasure hunters have been dispatched." Li Zi held a small circle with both hands at this time, and her eyes flashed with excitement. "Dream on. Go away." Ren Xiling pushed Li Zi's face and said, "But looking at Fei Ying's ability to fool you and unlock the lock, he has a bit of the style of a treasure hunter." Lin Feng suggested at this time, "Sir Ma, should we ask the captain about the treasure? Didn't he say that he has been the captain of the Bayou cruise ship for decades?" "I think it's okay," Ren Xiling thought and said, "Old Ma, I always feel that there is something wrong with the captain. What do you mean?" Ren Xiling blinked and said, "Don't you think the captain is too calm? Logically speaking, when this kind of thing happens on the ship, the one with the biggest headache should be the captain, right? But you see, this Mu Enli doesn't look like he is worried at all. He is calm, just like an old gentleman. In that case, it seems to be." Ma Haud recalled the process of his contact with Mu Enli. "I remember when Qian Guiliang's body was just found. He was really calm. That surprised me." "Sure, the captain is here." Ren Xiling looked outside the restaurant and said, "Old Ma, take the opportunity to ask him about the treasure later and see what he has to say." At this time, Captain Mu Enli walked into the restaurant with Deputy Captain Mu Qinghai. "Officer Ma," I brought the deputy captain. "You can ask him what happened in the middle of the night." Ma Haud cleared his throat. "Deputy Captain, at 4 o'clock in the morning last night, was there a power outage in the central control room?" Mu Qinghai's face did not show anything at this time. He nodded and said, "There was a power outage. It lasted for about 15 minutes. Ma Haud frowned and said, "Then why didn't you mention this?" Mu Qinghai shook his head and said, "Officer, since the body was found in the morning, I have done all kinds of things as ordered. You have not asked me about this. You tell me. How should I mention this to you? But the power outage in the central control room is such a big thing. You can't not mention it to the captain, right?" Ma Haud snorted coldly. "But the captain also did not mention it to me." Mu Qinghai said, "This is indeed my dereliction of duty. My judgment at the time was not to disturb the captain because—" Mu Qinghai paused, glanced at Mu Enli, and said slowly, "The captain's health is not very good. He has to take medicine every day to sleep, so I don't want to disturb the captain's rest." Mu Enli's gaze moved slightly, but there was no expression. Mu Qinghai shook his head and said, "Besides, the power outage only lasted for 10 minutes. It only disconnected the ordinary equipment inside. There is another set of power systems in the central control room that is normal. It will not affect the navigation of the Bayou cruise ship." "So, did it affect the monitoring system at that time?" This was what Ma Haud was most concerned about. Mu Qinghai shook his head and said, "Officer, this will not affect it because the monitoring system itself is not connected to an external power source." Ma Haud still frowned. "So, during the power outage, have you ever left?" Mu Qinghai nodded. "This is indeed true. We naturally have to go to the power room to see why there was a power outage." "How long did you leave?" "Probably less than 10 minutes. "After you came back, did you leave?" Mu Qinghai shook his head no. "After waiting for the shift change, I went back to my room to rest for a while. Then I followed the original filming plan until the deceased was found." Ma Haud nodded, "And I understand. Deputy Captain, thank you for your cooperation. I'm sorry to disturb your time." "It's okay, as long as I can help you," Mu Qinghai said seriously. Ma Haud turned his head again and said, "Captain, let the deputy captain go back to work. We just made some noise. I guess we have to deal with it properly. I'm sorry." We will take care of it. Don't worry. Mu Enli said calmly. Qinghai, you go first. After Mu Qinghai left, Ma Haud suddenly looked at the old captain. Captain, there is something I want to ask you. Officer Ma, go ahead. Officer Ma narrowed his eyes and said, Captain, can you tell me about the Bayou cruise ship's treasure? You have been here from the beginning. You should be the clearest about it, right? The old captain was taken aback and did not speak immediately. He just took off his hat, pulled out a stool, and sat down. After a while he said slowly this is just a rumor. Why did Officer Ma ask about this? It may be related to this case, so I intend to understand it. Ma Haud looked at the old captain's every move seriously, therefore it is best for the captain to tell me the whole story. Chapter 576. What? You made this up? In the restaurant, Ma Haud pressed her hands on the table and stood up abruptly, immediately attracting the attention of several guests in the restaurant. But Sir Ma, who had seen a big scene, immediately glared and roared, What are you looking at? Do you want to be stared at by the police? Everyone bowed their heads to eat. Ma Haud then acted as if nothing had happened. She sat down again, looked at the old captain, frowned, and asked, Captain, I don't understand why you made up such a rumor. Is it really just to make a gimmick to attract people? The old captain shook his head and said, In fact, I didn't think the effect would be so good at first. But later, when it spread, it attracted a lot of tourists and many people came to interview for a job. I remember that at that time, even the most difficult and tiring cabin repair apprenticeship had many people rushing to do it. Officer Ma. Sir Ma suddenly choked, but she obviously didn't drink water. Ren Xiling had to roll her eyes and asked, Old Captain, you said that you didn't want it to be like this at the beginning. Then why? The old captain sighed and said, Because it was haunted at that time. Haunted? Li Zi blinked. What kind of spirit? Ghost? The old captain shook his head and said, I haven't seen what it looks like. It was just spread among the crew at that time. Some people said that they saw a white shadow floating by, and some said that they saw a horrible face. There were also people who heard a sad voice when they were patrolling at night. Anyway, there were all kinds of rumors at that time, and it made people panic. At that time, it was still the 1990s, and the opening time was not long. Most of the people were still ignorant. The old captain recalled and said, Many people resigned because they were afraid. The company also invited a Taoist priest to perform a ritual at that time. In fact, it didn't work. Some people still said that they could encounter strange things. Later, the matter spread, and not many tourists were willing to board the ship. At that time, the company couldn't do it for the time being, so they temporarily used the Bayou cruise ship as a cargo ship for a while. Ma Haud was stunned and said, That's not right. If the haunting spread, why didn't I know about it? Am I also a person of that era? The old captain glanced at Sir Ma and said indifferently, That's because the Bayou cruise ship was not in this city at the beginning. It was about half a year of cargo transport before it was officially registered here. Of course, it was not mentioned at all to the public. It was only said that it was the first voyage. The Bayou cruise ship changed its name when it came here. At first, it was called the Vidona cruise ship. How could there be such a thing? Ma Haud shook his head. Sure enough, all businessmen are evil. What happened later? And you started spreading. The old captain said indifferently, Officer, I'm the captain of this ship. Naturally, I have the responsibility to resolve the problems on board. What? In order to prevent the rumors of the haunted city from spreading, I secretly spread the news about the treasure. Young people are always easily driven by benefits. I originally planned to use it to cover up the rumors of ghosts, but I didn't expect that after the news of the treasure spread, it would become a huge topic of discussion, resulting in a period of time when tourists crazily bought tickets, and there were also many people who came to work. The company was happy to see it, so naturally they listened to it. Ma Haud suddenly said, No wonder. The Bayou cruise ship has the treasure, but the flight has never stopped. It was popular for a while, but the cruise company didn't do anything. I didn't hear anything about the Bayou cruise ship entering the shipyard. Like I said, if there is a treasure, will your company let it go? The old captain said, Officer Ma, this is the origin of the treasure, but this is just a fiction. Why do you think it is related to this murder case? Ma Howd scratched his head and said, It's nothing. It's just a little thief talking nonsense. Haha, I figured it out. It's okay. It's totally okay. TSK. But under the table, Ma Howd's foot was stepped on by Auntie Rin, who was sitting opposite him. Ren Xiling suddenly asked at this time, Old Captain, you are really amazing. You solved this matter with a simple move. How did you come up with the idea of the treasure? After all, the Bayou cruise ship was introduced from abroad. It must be checked inside and out before delivery. It shouldn't be easy to let others believe that there are treasures on such a ship, right? The old captain was stunned at this time. Don't you know? Know what? Ma Howd was stunned. The old captain said seriously, The Bayou cruise ship is not a cruise ship of origin. Its predecessor was a warship. It had participated in the pirate annihilation battle in Somalia. Later it was sunk. Then it was decommissioned and transformed into a cruise ship. Then it was exported to developed countries. Ran Xiling shook her head in amazement. The Bayou cruise ship's introduction booklet did not mention it at all. The old captain suddenly said, Yes, when this part of the information came to the city, it was no longer printed in the booklet. But what does this have to do with the treasure? Ren Xiling asked. The old captain said, At the beginning, the Bayou cruise ship had a bad record of being hijacked. Although it was recovered later, it was not a glorious thing after all, because not many people know about this matter. Those who know have been given a gag order. So I used this matter to come up with the treasure. The old captain drank the water and then slowly said, I made up a story saying that when the Bayou cruise ship was hijacked, the pirates used it to transport wealth. Although it was later recaptured by the Navy, a lot of treasure was recovered. But in fact, there is a very valuable treasure hidden by the pirates in the depths of the Bayou cruise ship. Unless the Bayou cruise ship is completely dismantled, no one knows where the treasure is except for the pirate leader. Anyway, I just made up a story, but I didn't expect so many people to believe it. After all, it is a treasure. Ren Xiling shrugged, glanced at Sir Ma, and sneered. There are many people who have unrealistic fantasies and want to get rich overnight. Ma Howd. Sir Ma looked down at the menu and suddenly said, Lin Fong, are you hungry? Do you want a plate of oysters? Roar. Ren Xiling shook her head, looked at the captain and said, But Captain, since the Bayou cruise ship was hijacked by pirates and given a gag order, how did you know? The old captain said, Before I was the captain of the Bayou cruise ship, I was already on it. I used to be a non-staff member of the Navy. But because I was an overseas Chinese, I was never put in an important position and was even ostracized. After the Bayou cruise ship was sunk and salvaged, I retired. Later, I was arranged to be a foreman in a large shipyard. I didn't expect the Bayou cruise ship to be later sent to the same shipyard for transformation. Later, probably my luck came. The domestic company came to look for an imported ship. After I contacted them, they gave me good conditions and hoped that I could be the captain of the new ship. I agreed. The old captain sighed slowly. His eyes were a little cloudy. At first, I just wanted to use this opportunity to return to my country and take things one step at a time. I didn't expect that I would be a captain for 30 years. In life, there will always be some unexpected things. Ma Howd naturally sighed. He patted the old captain's arm and said, Captain, our country is getting better and better. It's right to come back. The old captain just smiled. At this time, his phone suddenly rang. After a while, the old captain hung up and said, I'm sorry, Officer Ma. There is a special phone number given to me by the company in the central control room. I have to go there. Okay, you go first. Ma Howd nodded. After the old captain left, Ma Howd suddenly stood up, pointed at Auntie Ren, and roared, You just stepped on me. I didn't. Ren Xiling widened her watery eyes. Which eye of yours saw me stepping on you? Damn, can you be more shameless? Unexpectedly, Auntie Ren said seriously, Well, it must be haunted. Didn't the captain just say that there was a ghost? Old Ma, did you do something wrong and get targeted by a ghost? Ma Howd pointed to the sky and scolded. Even if it is a ghost, it must be a troublesome ghost. Stingy ghost. TSK. Ren Xiling gave a third middle finger as a greeting, and then muttered, This old captain, if the Navy fought pirates in the past, he would have seen such a big scene. It seems reasonable that he didn't react when he saw a dead person. After all, many people will die in a naval battle. Lin Feng said helplessly, In other words, we asked for nothing. Now we can only rely on Xiao Bao. Ma Howd also sighed and said, I hope he can give us some clues. Right. Ma Howd suddenly recovered his spirit. Let's continue to catch people. That woman and Fei Ying, we can't let any of them go. Lin Feng, I'll lie, go. Thus, the police trio left in a hurry once again. Li Zi saw that everything on the table was wiped out by her, so she patted her stomach and said, Sister Rin, are we going back to the room? Ren Xiling thought for a while and said, Let's walk around. I still feel that something is wrong, but I can't say it out loud. Still, do we still have to climb the ceiling? Li Zi said with lingering fear. I want to go to the central control room this time. Ren Xiling stood up and said, Look at the surveillance. It's me. I'm Mu Enli. The captain picked up the phone in his office. The person who spoke on the other end of the satellite phone was a senior executive of the company. The voice was slightly deep. Captain Mu, after our impromptu meeting, we decided to let Bayou cruise ship return immediately. The old captain frowned. Return immediately? Yes. The news of the death has spread. Many tourists are speaking on the internet. If they don't come back, it will cause a big problem. So return immediately. The company will compensate the tourists. You go and announce this decision. The old captain did not say anything more, but simply said, I got it. After a while, the old captain suddenly turned off the satellite phone, then left the office and came to the control room. He looked at the crew members who were looking at him one by one and said indifferently, It's nothing. The company just asked about the case. You continue to work. Bayou cruise ship will sail according to the original plan. When will we arrive at High Bay Island? Well, we'll arrive in 3 hours. The crew member smiled and said, Well, it's really a beautiful island. Although I can see it every time I walk this line, I don't get tired of it. I hope that I can relax my mood when I see it later. I'll walk outside. Let me know if there's anything, said the old captain indifferently. Can I sit down here? This was the voice that Boss Luo and the servant girl heard. After delivering food to Mrs. Ma, the master and servant continued to wander on the cruise ship. Finally, they came to the deck of the sightseeing area and simply looked at the calm ocean. Of course, Luaccio smiled slightly. There are many empty seats here. So the person who spoke also smiled and sat down. Not long ago, Boss Luo and Yu Yi met in the corridor. I didn't expect to meet you here. The woman stroked her hair that was blown by the sea breeze and said calmly, This ship is not big. It's not strange to meet. Luaccio said casually, That's fate, right? The woman smiled softly and blinked. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Muzi. If you don't mind, you can call me sister, but don't call me auntie. Chapter 577. By the way, little brother, has the room card been returned? Muzi asked. This was the starting point of the conversation. It has been sent to the reclaim office. Sorry to trouble you this time. If it weren't for my urgent matter, I would have sent it over. Muzi's gaze suddenly softened. Everyone has times when it's inconvenient. Luaccio looked at a small black spot on the sea. It was probably a small island or something like that. By the way, You look like you are still a student, right? Did you come here with your girlfriend during the Golden Week? She seemed to be a very talkative lady, and the topic unconsciously revolved around Luaccio. But surprisingly, some of Ms. Muzi's questions did not cause any negative emotions. Perhaps it was because of her affinity as a woman, or perhaps it was because of her skills as a social person. When the topic was opened, Ms. Muzi would also talk about her own things. If you have a chance, you should really go to the Tibetan Plateau to have a look. If you like traveling, I would recommend it. If I have a chance. Luaccio nodded with a smile. Ms. Muzi intertwined her fingers and stretched comfortably against the sea breeze. She seemed to be very satisfied with the delicate sea breeze here. She sighed and said, "Well, I have rested enough. Little brother, I have a good time chatting with you. I thought there would be a generation gap since you are so young." Luaccio thought for a while and said, "The generation gap is probably formed because there is a debate. It is good to talk about something else. People of different ages can always find common ground." Ms. Muzi was startled and subconsciously said, "However, people can't just talk about things that they like when they are in a relationship. After a long time, there will inevitably be friction. After all, creatures like humans are independent, irreproducible, and complex individuals. If you only have simple contact with people, it may be difficult to find intimate friends. Thank you for your guidance." Luaccio nodded. Ms. Muzi suddenly opened her handbag. "Little brother, take it as a thank you gift for helping me send the room card. I bought this when I traveled to the plateau before the New Year. I hope it can bring you luck." A small chain of wooden beads. Luaccio curiously took them and saw that each bead was engraved with a Sanskrit word. Each bead was different. Although it looked rough at first glance, it seemed to have an indescribable sense of delicacy upon closer inspection. "The body is like colored glass, clear inside and out," Madame Muzi said softly. "The words on the bead are translated. I hope you can be a worry-free person." "This is too valuable." Luaccio shook his head and planned to return the bracelet. Madame Muzi smiled. "It's fate that brought us together. Although I'm not a Buddhist, I quite like this saying. If I can give you a little kindness, and you can share my kindness with others, life will be better." As she spoke, Madame Muzi stood up and gently patted Luaccio's shoulder. Then she looked at Yi, who was beside Luaccio, and smiled. "Of course. Treat the people around you well. This Madame Muzi is very cultured." The servant girl rarely praised others. "The body is like colored glass, clear inside and out." Luaccio played with the wooden bead bracelet in his hand and suddenly smiled. "It seems that this sea trip was really good. Master, this bracelet seems to be attached with a very weak spiritual power. It's a very gentle power." Yi expressed her opinion. "If ordinary people wear it, they will probably feel more refreshed, and there won't be any adverse reactions. It's probably consecrated by an eminent monk." Luaccio looked at Yi. "Although I haven't been there, I heard that this kind of small thing consecrated by eminent monks is very popular in the plateau. But it's not easy to find one that can be consecrated." Saying this, the shop owner directly put the bracelet on his wrist. His senses were much stronger than that of ordinary people. The weak energy on the bracelet instantly emitted a sense of calmness, which was easily captured by him. Muzi. Li." Luaccio smiled slightly and continued to look at the black spot on the sea that was gradually approaching. The tourist brochure placed next to him introduced that this was a small island called High Bay. The friction between the lid and the stainless steel wine jug made a metal scraping sound. The old captain had drunk almost half of the vodka inside and felt a warmth in his body. Standing on the deck on the second floor, the old captain looked at the people below. He often watched the tourists on the deck here for dozens of minutes. However, this time was probably the coldest he had seen in the hot Golden Week in the past 10 years. There was almost no one. There was only a man and a woman who looked like a young couple sitting on the bench on the deck, silently overlooking the sea. It had been a while. The old captain naturally recognized this young couple. This was the young man and woman who traveled with Officer Ma. Silently accompany. The old captain's eyes suddenly became cloudy, as if he was reminiscing about something. He took another sip of liquor and took out the pocket watch he carried with him. There were footsteps behind the old captain. It was the sound of leather shoes hitting the deck. He hardly needed to look back to know who the person was, because this was the person he had an appointment with. "Dad, are you looking for me?" The person who came was Mu Qinghai, the deputy captain. The old captain shook the wine bottle in his hand at this time and suddenly sent it to Mu Qinghai. Mu Qinghai was taken aback and frowned. "Dad, are you drinking again?" "There's not much left." Mu Enli shook his head and suddenly said, "You drink too. We haven't drunk together for a long time." "I don't drink during work hours." Mu Qinghai still shook his head. Mu Enli said, "People like us who have been on the ship all our lives without alcohol, it is equivalent to losing half of our lives. Why don't you understand?" Mu Qinghai still shook his head. "If you drink, you can find a place to drink when you get ashore. As the deputy captain of a ship, I will not touch alcohol on the ship anyway." Mu Enli took a sip happily, turned around, and leaned against the railing. The wind almost blew off his hat, so he had to take it off. Mu Enli looked at the badge on the hat and said indifferently, "Everyone on the ship is afraid of me, but I can always find someone who is willing to drink with me. However, you can't find anyone, whether it is at work or off work. Everyone will only stay away from you. Do you know why?" Mu Qinghai said indifferently, "Work has a work system. If the crew has doubts about me, they can raise it with me. After discussion, if I am wrong, I will naturally change. As for staying away, I am just strict with myself. If they are afraid of me, it proves that I have my own prestige on the ship." "Wrong." Mu Enli shook his head. "Wrong. It's not because you have prestige, but because you don't know how to drink. You don't understand that the most important thing on this ship is not me or you, nor the manager, but every sailor on the ship." "Dad, what era is it?" "The sailor's way of life is outdated." Mu Qinghai argued, "Maybe you can deepen the feelings between you and the crew, but it doesn't improve work efficiency at all. The change rate of the staff on the ship is very big every year. If you want to cultivate feelings one by one, it is too time-consuming. Besides, they are just staff on the ship, not sailors." Mu Qinghai seemed to feel that his words were a bit too much. He took a deep breath, and his tone slowed down. "Dad, when we return this time, you will retire. Now that I've retired, I'll enjoy my life and don't worry about anything else. In the future, I'll do better. So, leave everything in the future to me. Don't worry about it anymore." Mu Enli was silent for a while, and suddenly asked, "Qinghai, did you really stay in the central control room all the time last night and never left?" "Except for walking away when the power went out, no." Mu Qinghai's face didn't change, and then asked, "Why do you ask?" "No." Mu Enli shook his head. "Nothing, that's it. We will arrive at High Bay Island soon. Go and prepare. See how many tourists are willing to get off the ship to sightsee." "Okay." Mu Qinghai nodded, then turned and left. After the old captain stayed here for a while, he planned to leave. Before leaving, the old captain glanced at the young couple sitting on the deck and looking at the sea and whispered, "If we can stay together for a long time, it's good, it's good." Chapter 578. Who are the two women in the video? Outside the monitoring room, a crew member walked over while drinking coffee and asked the crew member standing outside the door, who was originally in charge of complex monitoring. Probably they are also policemen. The crew member shrugged and said, "Anyway, they are with the officer Ma. They said that they wanted to see the surveillance video again, so I let them see it." "Don't we need to tell the captain?" The crew member with the coffee asked curiously. "Anyway, the police have to go back and forth several times to collect evidence. When we see the captain or the deputy captain, we can tell them. It's up to you." The crew member with the coffee smiled and said, "I'm getting off work." I'll change my clothes and go to the island. Go ahead. I guess I won't get off work when you all come back. The crew member yawned. I'll go and get a cup of coffee. In the monitoring room, Ren Xiling and Li Zi were watching the video of a certain place attentively. Everything else was put aside. The scene of the murder, the corridor where the victim, Qian Guoyang, walked. Ren Xiling had rewound and fast-forwarded it several times. Sure enough, Ren Xiling adjusted the time axis of the video to about 3 o'clock last night. It's here. Li Zi, do you see it? Li Zi nodded and said, Sister Ren, this picture is jammed. If you slow it down like this, it will be more obvious. Then Ren Xiling fast-forwarded it again to 6 o'clock in the morning, and then said, It's also jammed here. 6 o'clock is the time to change shifts. Go and look at the video of other places at 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock. Ren Xiling frowned and ordered it this time. Soon after, Li Zi turned back and said, Sister Ren, all the videos of this time period are really jammed. Ren Xiling sat down at this time, looking at the ceiling with her hands behind her head, and thought, when Qian Guoyang died, it should be about 8:45 in the morning. The power went out at 4 o'clock. Sister Ren, why is this jamming? Li Zi asked puzzledly. Ren Xiling said, If it's just a picture, it might be a problem with the machine. But if all of them are like this, then I'm afraid that someone has covered up the video of this time period and used old videos or something. Why are you so sure? Li Zi asked curiously, Must it be to cover this section with something else? Ren Xiling began to twist the time axis and arrived at about 5 o'clock in the morning. The scene she chose was the corridor where they were staying this time. Ren Xiling said while fast-forwarding, See, I'm not here at all, which proves that this image is fake. But weren't you sleeping at that time? How could you be in the corridor? Ren Xiling blinked and said, The soundproofing conditions in the room are too good. I couldn't hear anything. I just got up and went to the bathroom. So I came out and listened to the situation. In the end, my brat's room was extremely quiet. Instead, it was old Ma's room that was so noisy that it was like a demolition. Damn, this old thing actually has such a fierce side to him. My God, that pill. It's really a good thing for this old guy. She really never gave up hope. However, no wonder Sister Rin was so angry with Sir Ma when she woke up this morning. Do you have any opinion? Ren Xiling stared at Li Zi. Li Zi quickly shook her head and quickly changed the topic. Sister Rin, according to what you said, this video is really replaced. But who is it? Why is it replaced? Besides, why is there a video of the past? The replacement is from 3 to 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock is the right time to change shifts, so the crew will ignore the things in the video or abnormal places when changing shifts. Ren Xiling pondered. That is to say, the person who replaced the video is at least familiar with the crew schedule, and there is a video of the past. Li Zi, go and ask the guy outside how often these surveillance videos are automatically cleaned. Is there a file before the cleaning? Generally, where the file is kept and who can get it. Okay, Li Zi quickly said. It seems that we can't go down to the island below. Ren Xiling snorted and said, It's not a real tourist area. It's just a small island on the sea. There are stones and woods on it. There is nothing there. What is there to visit? Seeing that Li Zi went out to ask something, Ren Xiling began to mutter again. Old Ma, you are really uncultured. You didn't even find the place where there was a lag. However, there was only that crew member in the monitoring room at that time, and Mu Qinghai who stayed behind. Will the replacement be one of them? No, there was a power outage in the middle. The power outage was probably to divert them. If there was about 10 minutes, it was not too late to change the video. Who is it? And Ren Xiling suddenly climbed on the monitor, pressed the buttons quickly, and looked at the picture on one of the screens. She was just curious because what she saw on the screen was the old Captain Muenli. He seemed to have just come out of his room, carrying a black handbag in his hand. This was actually nothing but the old captain's action made sub-editor Rin feel a little uncomfortable. After the old captain on the screen came out of the room, he first looked around before locking the door and leaving normally. Why does it look like he is afraid of being discovered? Is it necessary? Ren Xiling widened her eyes again. She saw that after the old captain disappeared from the camera, a figure suddenly passed by. Wearing a pink coat and sunglasses, she hurried past. Ren Xiling subconsciously picked up the phone and called Ma Haud. "Hello, old Ma, where are you?" "The computer room, catching people." Fei Ying probably doesn't dare to stay in a crowded place, so he must be hiding. "What are you looking for me for?" "I'm busy." "Old Ma, let me ask you." Ren Xiling suddenly asked, "The woman you chased out before, how tall do you think she is? How heavy is she?" "How tall?" "About 723 meters, right?" "I remember she is about the same height as me." Ma Haud thought and said she should be on the thin side. "What about shoes?" "What do the shoes look like?" "Boots? I remember they are black boots, and there are star-hanging buttons on the boots." Ma Haud frowned. "Why are you asking these?" "Old Ma, I think I found this woman." Ren Xiling said quickly, "Hurry up. You guys go and follow the old captain. This woman seems to be following Mu Enli. In addition, I have some important discoveries. I will tell you later. You catch this woman first." "Got it. Lin Phone, come with me." Ma Haud quickly hung up the phone. "Officer Ma, why are you looking for me?" Mu Enli frowned subconsciously after receiving a call from Ma Haud. "Captain, where are you now?" "I plan to get off the ship for a walk," Mu Enli said calmly. "Get off the ship? When did you get to the shore?" Ma Haud asked in amazement. The old captain said calmly, "It's not the shore. It's just an isolated island in the middle of the route. It's not big, about 1 kilometer. It's a scenic spot." "Captain, the prisoner is still on the ship. How can you just let people get on the ship? If the prisoner takes the opportunity to leave, it won't work." Ma Haud suddenly objected. The old captain said, "Officer Ma, there's nothing on this isolated island, not even a small boat. Where can the prisoner escape to? Can this person swim in the vast sea? Besides, we have registered all the people who get off the ship. When they get on the ship later, if anyone is missing, wouldn't it be better to lock onto the suspect? This makes sense, but you should slow down first. Even if you get off the ship, I want someone to follow you." Ma Haud said, "My other batch of support will arrive in 30 minutes. How about you wait for another 30 minutes? Then, okay." Mu Enli nodded and did not mean to oppose Ma Haud. "By the way, Officer Ma, why are you looking for me?" "Captain, listen to me now, but you can't show any surprised expression. Stay calm and listen while walking. Do you understand?" Officer Ma then said quickly, "I suspect that someone is following you. It may be a key figure in this case. Captain Mu Enli, I need you to do something for me. That is, bring the person who is following you to a narrower place. It's best if there is no way to escape. Do you understand?" "I understand," Mu Enli responded softly. He didn't even look behind him as he continued to walk forward. Then he turned a corner and entered another corridor. "Sister Ren, I got it all." Li Zi walked quickly into the monitoring room and was about to speak. But at this time, the screen in the monitoring room turned black instantly. Not only that, but the lights here also dimmed. The two hurriedly walked out and saw that all the instruments in the entire monitoring room had stopped working. What the hell happened? Maybe there is a problem with the electric well. Let's go and see right away. Fei Ying licked his lips. After cutting the last wire with the knife in his hand, he put it on another wire. There was a fierce spark at the junction of the wires, and then there was a burst of smoke. Now you can't catch me, right? It will take at least half a day to fix this place. UB** TCH officer. If you have the ability, come and catch me and dry me in the sun. With that said, Fei Ying quickly pulled the chain of his trench coat, put on a hat, lowered his head, and left the electric room before the crew arrived. Fei Ying rubbed his palms, showing a hint of greed. He smirked and said, "Then it's time to go treasure hunting. Master, it seems that we can't get off the ship for the time being. We have to wait for 30 minutes. Just in front of the elevator to get off the ship, Yu Yi whispered in Luocho's ear. Not only the master and servant stayed here, but there were also tourists who planned to get off the ship. Of course, there were not as many as expected. At a glance, there were only about 100 people. It seems to be earlier than expected. Luocho suddenly said, Yu Yi, what do you think this proves? Master? Luocho chuckled and said, It proves that, as bystanders, it is great that we can be in this rotating world. A faint coolness suddenly flowed out of the wooden bead in his hand. Chapter 579. If there was anyone who was most familiar with Bayou cruise ship, it would naturally be the old captain who had worked on Bayou cruise ship for 30 years. The walking map. This was another title of the old captain among the crew. No one was more familiar with every place on this ship than the old captain. At this time, the old captain, who was carrying a black handbag, quietly walked into a spiral staircase. After opening the fire door, Mu Enli was about to go up, but he received another call at this time. The crew informed him that the electric room in the central control room was maliciously destroyed. Even the backup power was cut off. Now the entire control room was in a state of paralysis. The old captain frowned and still climbed up the spiral staircase. He even deliberately spoke a little louder on the phone. Don't worry. Find someone to repair the electric room immediately. It is now docked at High Bay Island. It will take some time. Take this time to see how far the repair can be done. I will come over and take a look soon. With that said, Mu Enli had walked to the end of the spiral staircase, opened the fire door here, and left. The moment the fire escape door closed, a motionless figure stuck to the wall at the bottom of the stairs began to move quickly. The action was extremely fast. The figure quietly opened the door and poked his head out to take a look. He saw that Mu Enli had walked a distance away and was about to disappear around the corner. The figure flashed out of the fire door without saying a word. At first, just as the figure was about to follow again, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Bang! That was the sound of the fire door being closed after being hit with a great force. The person who hit the door was Sir Ma. Ma Howd was seen leaning against the door at this time. He sneered, You can't get away this time. Who the hell are you, woman? Why are you eavesdropping on us? This figure that came with the old captain. The woman quickly glanced at it, but stepped back step by step without saying a word. But just as she took a few steps back and turned to run, at the end of the corridor, Lin Feng had already rushed out in an instant. He opened his hands like a goalkeeper in a restricted area. The woman suddenly stopped. Ma Howd and Lin Feng attacked from the front and back, gradually approaching the woman. I want to arrest you now. You'd better cooperate. The woman suddenly smiled and unbuttoned her coat one by one in front of Ma Howd, revealing a pair of rather strong balls. It was actually a low-cut dress. What are you trying to do? I'm warning you, I won't accept this kind of behavior. Ma Howd snorted angrily and pointed at him. But this woman only took off her coat. She then stretched out her hand toward Ma Howd. Her fingers curled back and forth, looking completely provocative. Lin Feng, don't let this woman anger you. We are a team. Let's do it together. Sir Ma was smart enough not to be provoked by such a simple action. Without saying a word, the two police officers flew towards the woman, one after the other. Obviously, Sir Ma, who had no martial arts background, used a move that no one knew where he learned from. It looked like a black tiger steals its heart. As for Officer Lin, who had graduated from school, he looked much more like a Sonda fighter. However, this woman easily dodged Ma Howd's attack and pressed Sir Ma's head with one hand, forcing him to lower his head. After that, she lifted her back foot and gave a side kick to Lin Feng, who was behind her. This kick was extremely fierce, Lin Feng didn't have time to dodge and was hit by it. He was stunned and moved back a few steps. Following this spinning movement, the woman didn't stop moving. She turned her body and bent her long legs instantly, directly hooking Ma Hao's neck with her legs. Damn it! Ma Hao, who was good at shooting but not good at fighting, had become more and more swollen in recent years. At this time he could only bend his waist and grab the woman's thighs with both hands. His action was quite funny. Lin Feng threw his numb arm and took a deep breath. After a few punches, he resumed his Sanda posture, indicating that he could still fight against 10 people. Wow, old Ma, you're so unlucky. Behind them, on the other side of the corridor, Ren Xiling and Lizzie ran over. Sub-editor Ren, who adhered to the principle of insulting each other, subconsciously didn't let go of the opportunity in front of her. Damn it. Come and help me. I can't breathe. Ma Hao shouted with a pale and painful face. Ren Xiling clenched her fists without saying anything and sneered. I haven't fought for a long time since I turned over a new leaf. We're all women. I won't be merciful. Lizzie, step back. I'm going to unlock the seal. What seal did you have? Wasn't it because you smoked, drank, permed your hair, and sent a few boys to the hospital? Lizzie stepped back, silently with a face full of regret. At this time, this woman suddenly let go of Ma Hao and stepped back with a smile. She didn't seem to be afraid of being besieged by so many people. Sir Ma, who had recovered his breath, touched his neck, then shook the fat on his body and rushed to this woman again. After Ren Xiling joined in the attack, a total of 3 people seemed to make this woman a little strenuous. Of course, it was just a little. She still calmly dealt with the attacks of the 3 people. Damn it, old Ma, don't block me. I almost kicked her. Damn it. If it weren't for you, I would have crushed her to death. Madam, don't kick randomly. I'm here. However, without any tacit understanding, the fighting strength of these 3 people plummeted not long after. The besieged woman suddenly saw an opportunity. She suddenly pressed her hands on Ren Xiling's shoulder and jumped up. Unexpectedly, she flipped over in front of Ren Xiling and even kicked sub-editor Ren's back heavily at the moment of landing. Ren Xiling's body was suddenly kicked toward Ma Hao and Lin Feng. The 3 people suddenly fell to the ground. At this time, the woman turned around and suddenly waved her hand, then quickly retreated. She had broken the trap, and there was no way for her to retreat. This woman, who didn't say a word from beginning to end, turned around and ran away at a very fast speed. The 3 people who got up from the ground couldn't help but explode with anger when they saw that they couldn't catch up with her. Lizzie saw this scene, shook her head slightly and sighed. Then she quietly blew out a breath. On the way the woman ran, a small ice ring was condensed from the ground, which happened to be on the woman's ankle and tripped her instantly. The woman seemed to have never thought that such a situation would happen. When she realized it, her body had fallen to the ground uncontrollably. Then sub-editor Rin, a ruthless person who would seek revenge, directly rushed up and pressed on the woman's body without saying anything. Lin Feng and Ma Hao also arrived later. The 3 of them fought hard and finally subdued the woman. Gotcha! The handcuffs were directly handcuffed on the woman's hand and then connected to Sir Ma's hand. Ma Hao snorted. Let's see where you can go this time. Stand up. Ma Hao raised her arm forcefully. The woman also stood up and looked at the floor of the corridor in confusion, but she saw nothing. Lizzie pretended to know nothing, walking over while eating a lollipop. Wow! Sister Rin, you are so awesome! Child's play. Ren Xiling rubbed her nose and said, Anyway, I am the existence of all the martial arts groups in the university. Lizzie clapped her hands. What else could she do? If I hadn't tripped, the 3 of you wouldn't have been able to catch me. The woman suddenly shook her head and said indifferently. Ma Hao didn't care and said with a righteous face, That's because justice has a long arm. Justice will prevail over evil. Those who do bad things will be punished by God. Whatever you say. I'll just consider myself unlucky." The woman shook her head, but suddenly smiled and said, "But Ma Howd, are you on a diet? Your belly seems to have increased a lot." "I don't need you to care. Wait, how do you know my name?" Sir Ma was suddenly stunned. The woman looked at Rin Xiling and said, "Xiling, good job. Your bones are still there. Not bad." Rin Xiling was stunned, and then she frowned. The more she frowned, the deeper she frowned. "I seem to have heard this voice somewhere, and I don't know why I'm so angry when I hear it." "Ha." The woman took off the sunglasses on her face and grabbed her hair at the same time. It was actually a wig. She then touched her face and tore off 2 layers of skin from both sides of her cheeks. She sighed and said, "Phew, I feel much better now. Long time no see, old Ma Xiling. And this? I don't know her. Is she new here?" Lin Feng looked at Sir Ma and Rin Xiling in astonishment, but saw their expressions were as colorful as a rainbow. "Ah Li!" Rin Xiling and Ma Howd exclaimed at the same time. The woman called Ah Li was now communicating with Sir Ma. Lizzie whispered to Rin Xiling, "Sister Rin, who is this Ah Li? Why do you keep staring at her as if you want to eat her?" Rin Xiling squinted her eyes. She used to be in the same team as Old Ma. Later, she was transferred to another team. I don't know where she went, and I didn't expect that she would show up again. However, this damn woman is a damn slut. She seduces other people's husbands. Seduce what? Lizzie was stunned. Rin Xiling pointed at herself and said, "Seduce my husband." Then, wasn't that Luocho's father? Xiling, are you speaking ill of me again? Ah, Li looked at her with a smile. She was very intellectual, just like a mature elder sister. How could it be? Sub-editor Rin was also full of joy. She walked forward. "I'm so happy to see Sister Ali. Sister Ali, I haven't seen you for several years. You have more wrinkles. You need to take care of yourself. At your age, if you don't take care of yourself, you won't be able to get married." Ha ha ha. Really? Seriously, Xiling, you too. Look at how flabby your face is. You shouldn't stay up all night, right? Thank you for your concern. Sister Ali, look at your face. Is it too hard? Look, your breasts are so small that they can't be seen. Yes, it's a little hard. Unlike you, your breasts are so big that they can't hold up. Are they sagging? Thank you for your concern. Me too. Thank you for your concern. Officer Ma swallowed his saliva and broke out in cold sweat as he looked at the 2 men who were so close to each other that there seemed to be lightning flashing between their eyes. "Sir Ma?" Lin Feng asked in a low voice. "Quick, find a topic. Once these 2 women start fighting, it's going to be a disaster." Ma Howd quickly pushed Lin Feng away. "So why me?" Lin Feng could only sigh. Then he felt an inexplicable pressure. Stiffening his body, he said, "Speaking of which, Miss Ali, why are you here? And why are you tailing the captain? And why are you even bugging the place where we eat? Can you explain?" "Xiling, let's talk another day. After all, business is more important." "Of course, I'm a sensible person. Why would I care?" "But Xiling, it's not convenient for you to listen to what I'm going to say next. Can you avoid arousing suspicion?" Ali said with a smile. Rin Xiling pulled Lizzie to the side and leaned against the wall. She looked like she was mumbling. State security." Ma Howd opened her eyes wide and looked at the small notebook Ali took out. She couldn't believe it, but then she realized, "So it's this department. I was wondering when you were transferred. You didn't say where you were going. I asked around for a long time, but I couldn't find anything." "Old Ma, I can't hide it from you." Li shook her head and said seriously, "But even if you know, you can only pretend that you didn't see me after you get off the ship. Do you understand? And this newbie." Ma Howd nodded seriously. As for Lin Feng immediately covered his ears and said, "Well, how about I go there too?" He looked at the place where Rin Xiling was. "No, I will temporarily requisition the 2 of you. Ah, Li said seriously. Ma haod Lin Fong. I received information that there are foreign agents on this Bayou cruise ship. They are planning an activity that is unfavorable to our country. Now I want to officially requisition you to help me solve this incident. I promise to obey the organization's orders. Sir Ma suddenly straightened his back and raised his hand to salute. Well, have you found the agent? You followed the captain. Is he? Li frowned and said, I'm not sure, but this matter is more complicated. In fact, I have found one of the agents and followed him all the way here. But I didn't expect him to be dead. Could it be Qian Guoliang? Ma Haod was shocked. Chapter 580. No wonder we found that this Qian Guoliang is still alive, but this dead one became a person with no identity. After listening to Li's words, Sir Ma suddenly realized. For an agent, stealing or forging an identity was the most normal thing. But this Qian Guoliang has died on the ship. Lin Feng frowned at this time. So it may be this mysterious agent, codenamed King, who did it? But since they were going to contact each other, why did King kill Qian Guoliang? Ma Haod said, Let's go back to the captain. Ali, why did you follow Mu Enli? Li said seriously, Since I boarded the ship, I have been secretly observing this Qian Guoliang. I found that he had 2 contacts with Mu Enli. The first time was when they just boarded the ship. There was a brief contact between them on the deck. At that time, Qian Guoliang seemed to be looking for something on the deck that tourists were not allowed to enter. Later, he was reprimanded by the captain. Ali recalled, I didn't feel suspicious at the time, but later I found that Qian Guoliang contacted the captain again in a Japanese restaurant on the ship. At that time, they also had a brief conversation. At that time, the captain's expression was obviously not right. About what time? Asked Ma Haod. After the ship set sail. It was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Li said, later, Qian Guoliang and Fei Ying contacted each other. The distance was too far. I couldn't hear what they said. I just knew that Fei Ying and Qian Guoliang went back to the room together. Soon after, Qian Guoliang came out again. I followed him quietly, but this time he seemed to find that someone was following him. Ali sighed and shook her head. Obviously, I was shaken off by him. I had no choice but to stay near his room, temporarily, to see if he would come back. I didn't expect Qian Guoliang to die on the deck the next day. Ma Haod frowned. You said that the captain and Qian Guoliang had 2 contacts, but it's weird. When Qian Guoliang was found on the deck, I remember that Mu Enli did not say that he had seen this person. He concealed this. This captain seems to be getting better and better. That's right, Xiling. Didn't you say you found something? What is it? Sir Ma shouted at Rin Xiling. Auntie Rin stared at Ali unhappily as she walked over, but she still said sternly, Old Ma, the surveillance room's video that you saw before was tampered with by someone. The video from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. last night was all replaced. I'm guessing that the replaced video should be from the past. That's why you couldn't find anything useful when you looked at it. What? Ma Haod was stunned. Are you sure? I'm also a professional reporter. Can't I see this kind of video? Ren Xiling shook her head. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiao Bao to do an identification. No need, I believe you. Li said directly, Xiling. Who has a way to replace these videos? Ren Xiling still looked unhappy, but she still said, Anyone who can get close to the surveillance room can do it. The problem is who can get the old data video. I have asked. The video of the surveillance system will be automatically cleaned once every 7 days. But I have compared the videos of the previous 7 days and did not find a similar one. That is to say, this is the video from 7 days ago. Although it will be automatically cleaned once every 7 days, this ship will always download and save the data after cleaning. Only 2 people have the key to the reference room. Captain. Li's eyes narrowed. Ren Xiling nodded, and then said, There is also the deputy captain, Mu Qinghai. He also has the key. Ma Haud said, I asked about the situation at the time. There was another crew member on duty last night. If he was there all the time, Mu Qinghai should not have a chance to make a move. But there was a power outage for more than 10 minutes last night. If they were not there for more than 10 minutes, is it possible to replace the data in such a short time? If the replacement person brings the backup power to start the surveillance system, I have seen this system. It should be about 7 or 8 minutes. Ren Xiling said. Ma Haud frowned and picked up the phone. After a while, he said with a solemn expression, Mu Enli's phone is turned off. Lin Feng's phone also rang at the same time. After listening, he also frowned and said, Sir Ma, our support has arrived. However, there is a power outage in the central control room. They did not receive any signal guidance. Now they plan to land by force. In addition, the tourists have begun to disembark and land on the island. Didn't I say, wait for my consent? Ma Haud stomped his foot. Find him. Find this captain for me first. You must find him. Click. The slight sound of the lock spring turning. So the door lock was opened so easily. Of course, the room card was used, but it was the backup room card. The person who successfully opened the door took a deep breath at this time and gently pushed the door open. This was the door of the captain's lounge. The person who opened the door looked around and found that no one was around. Then he quickly entered the captain's bedroom. He was still careful. Even the action of closing the door was gentle. After the door was closed, he walked through the short aisle of the room and really walked into the bedroom. He began to look at everything here, carefully. He was so focused that he even ignored the door lock behind him at this time. It was making a very slight sound. The person who opened the door frowned and looked around. The bedroom didn't seem to be anything special, so he began to move the cabinets in the room or the hanging paintings on the walls of the room. He even began to gently knock on the walls of the bedroom, then the ceiling, but he still found nothing. He was unwilling to give up. He continued to turn his gaze to the floor. He intended to lift the carpet pressed by the big bed. But at this time he carefully found that there seemed to be traces of movement between the foot of the bed and the carpet. The indentation at the foot of the bed, there was an asymmetrical place. This bed seemed to have been moved. Yeah. It seems that you found something incredible. But at this moment, a man's figure suddenly came from behind. The person who opened the door turned around abruptly and saw a man wearing a straw hat and flip-flops leaning against the TV cabinet at this time. The man even picked up an apple from the fruit platter and took a bite. Flying Eagle. Fei Ying blinked at this time and said, Hello. Who are you? Do you know where you broke in? You can break in, but I can't? Isn't this double standard too awesome? Fei Ying took another bite of the apple and smiled. Oh, I remember. You must be saying that it's normal for you to come in, right? Because I'm a stranger, but you're the son. The captain's son? Am I right, Deputy Captain? Deputy Captain Mu Qinghai. At this time, Mu Qinghai stared sharply at Fei Ying, this guy of unknown origin. He said in a deep voice, I don't care who you are, but this is a private place. If you don't leave, I will call the security guards to arrest you. Fei Ying smiled and said, I say, brother, don't be so serious. Everyone knows that maybe you're not a good thing. Why do you have to fall out with me? Why don't we divide the things we find here, and then no one knows each other? I will disappear automatically and never appear in front of you for a lifetime. Humph, I don't know what you're talking about. Mu Qinghai sneered. I just came to get medicine for the captain. Then what's in your bag? Fei Ying said coldly. Mu Qinghai subconsciously grabbed the bag on his left. At this time, Fei Ying suddenly threw the apple in his hand and smashed it directly on Mu Qinghai's face. He took advantage of Mu Qinghai's body, twisted Mu Qinghai's arm with one hand, and then reached in with the other hand. He took out the things in his pocket with a fluid movement, and then quickly stepped back 2 steps. Fei Ying unfolded the thing in front of Mu Qinghai. I say, brother, you can't say that you picked up this protractor on the ground, right? By the way, where is the design drawing? That's also a relic of my old man. You have to return it to me, right? Mu Qinghai frowned, rubbing his arm while sitting on the bed. He suddenly fell silent. Fei Ying was also very patient. He picked up another apple on the fruit plate and ate it. Damn, I can finally eat. I say, brother, have you thought about it? After Fei Ying gnawed an apple, he smiled and said, My patience is very good, but there is also a limit. As for this protractor, how did you get it? I'm not interested. I'm just interested in what's hidden in this room. In addition, I'm a pacifist. I will never use violence when I can. So cooperation is the best. Mu Qinghai squinted and looked at Fei Ying. Why should I believe you? Fei Ying shrugged and said, You have no choice, right? Whether I can believe it or not. That's definitely metaphysics. But the question is, do you have any other choice but to believe it now? Will you really disappear after getting the things inside? Mu Qinghai asked again. Fei Ying said seriously, Brother, as the saying goes, even thieves have morals. I'm a gentleman with taste and integrity. I only steal things and never participate in other things. But as soon as Fei Ying finished speaking, he frowned and subconsciously looked at the bedroom door. He heard footsteps outside the room, and it seemed that there was more than one person. Brother, you seem to be playing tricks? Fei Ying's gaze condensed. Mu Qinghai said calmly, The captain is not in good health. I installed a pager in his room. Right here. Mu Qinghai pointed to the place where he was sitting. After taking away the pillow, there was a small pager. Once it's pressed, someone will come. Captain, are you all right? The door opened at this time, and 2 security guards on the ship crashed in at the same time. The ship! But the scene they saw made the 2 security guards stunned. Mu Qinghai shouted at this time, Catch this guy. He broke in and wants to steal something. One was the deputy captain, and the other was a guy of unknown origin. The 2 security guards on the ship almost didn't have to think about it. They immediately walked towards Fei Ying. They just directly confronted him. Damn, I met another bitch. The city's tricks are deep. Fei Ying muttered, but he calmly took out a finger-long strip from the bag and waved it in front of Mu Qinghai. I just had a recording, brother. Mu Qinghai's face changed slightly, and he suddenly reached out and pointed. Catch him! Bring that recording pen over. This is the company's secret. Got it. Deputy Captain. The 2 rushed over at the same time. Fei Ying gave a strange laugh, and he nimbly passed through the middle of the 2 security guards. Ha! I'm not going to play with you. Brother, you set me up, so don't blame me. Fei Ying rushed out of the door in an instant. Mu Qinghai said angrily, Call all the security guards and crew on the ship. We must catch this thief. Don't let him escape. Got it. Seeing the 2 security guards running out in a hurry, Mu Qinghai frowned and glanced at the position under the bed. He hesitated for a moment and decided to push the bed away slightly. But when he pushed it away, he saw a small keyhole on the wall blocked by the foot of the bed. Mu Qinghai suddenly punched the wall. It was the pain in his hand. Mu Qinghai's hair was a little messy. He shifted his gaze and looked at the clothes rack next to him. He suddenly got up and picked up the clothes rack, preparing to smash it against the wall. But the phone rang at this time. Deputy Captain, the officer Ma is looking for you, asking you to meet him as soon as possible. Got it, I'll be there later. Mu Qinghai responded calmly, but after putting down the phone, he still smashed the clothes rack against the wall. But until the clothes rack was smashed into pieces, he could only peel off a layer of the wallpaper on the wall. Mu Qinghai looked at a steel plate exposed after the wallpaper peeled off, and he suddenly sat on the bed dejectedly. After a while, Mu Qinghai moved the bed back and covered the peeled-off place. Then he tidied up his appearance. Finally, he cleaned up the wreckage of the clothes rack, packed it up and left the room with it. This tree has been around for some years. On an isolated island in the sea, in the woodland in the center of the island, the servant girl reached out and touched the ancient tree trunk. She smiled slightly and said, "The environment overseas is good. This tree will probably give birth to a tree spirit after 100 years. You ye don't move," Luaccio suddenly said softly. The servant girl maintained the action of raising her hand to touch the branch and turned her head gracefully. The boss took out his beloved Hasselblad camera at this time and began to fiddle with the focus. The master and servant of the club seemed to be no different from the tourists who were playing on the beach. After leaving a silhouette, Boss Luo seemed to be very satisfied. At this time, he put down the camera. At this time, someone passed through the heavy shadows of the trees and came to this place. Luaccio looked up and smiled slightly. "Captain, you are here too." "It's you guys?" Mu Enli stopped and frowned slightly. He didn't seem to expect to meet these two people here. But seeing that this young couple was clearly taking photos here, Mu Enli said, "There is actually nothing to look at here. There are some good-looking reefs on the beach over there, and there is a cliff. It will be better if you take photos of the scenery." "Is the captain planning to go there?" Luaccio asked softly. Mu Enli shook his head. "Nothing. I just want to walk around." "Then I won't bother you." Luaccio smiled slightly, then glanced at Yi. The servant girl came to the boss's side and accompanied him out of the forest. Seeing this, Mu Enli quickly walked into the depths of the forest. On the beach, the servant girl took off her shoes and walked barefoot on the fine sand. The seawater washed on this pair of white feet, while Luaccio sat in a place where the seawater couldn't reach, looking up at the blue sky. "Luaccio! Luaccio!" Not far away, Lin Feng, Ren Xiling, and Li Zi ran over quickly. Ren Xiling looked at these two leisurely people and gasped, "You are here! When did you get off the ship? Did you hunt? No, have you seen the captain?" "Captain?" Boss Luo raised his head and asked. Lin Feng nodded and asked, "We have something to look for him. I just heard from the tourists over there that they seem to see him coming here. Have you been here all the time? Did you see him? He should have gone that way, right?" Luaccio smiled and pointed to the reef and cliff in the distance. "The cliff? Okay, I got it." Lin Feng nodded and ran in that direction without saying a word. Ren Xiling and Li Zi also followed. But after a few steps, Auntie Ren ran back from the back and whispered in Boss Luo's ear, "Kid, you'd better get on the ship immediately than hide in the room. Don't go anywhere. Don't open the door for strangers. Remember, except for me, no one is allowed to open the door, especially women of unknown origin. You'd better have sex with Yi." Omitting the last sentence, Luaccio said indifferently, "Unknown origin? Just listen to me." Ren Xiling said and chased after Lin Feng. Watching this group of people running away and leaving a long trail of footprints on the beach, Luaccio played with the bracelet on his hand and smiled slightly. At this time, the servant girl picked up a shell from the beach and put it in her ear to listen. Luaccio asked, "Is it nice?" Chapter 581. It was very quiet here, deep in the forest of the small island. Tourists on the passing route would not go deep into such a place. On the one hand, it was because the old trees were entangled, and it was not easy to walk in places with snakes, insects, rats, and ants. On the other hand, there were forests everywhere. If tourists wanted to take photos, there were many choices on the land. It was not worthwhile to come to such an isolated island. Mu Enli came under the soil slope where a big tree was rooted and began to tear off the vines entangled here. The old captain suddenly felt a little grateful. If it was a day ago, with his physical condition, he would probably fall ill in a few minutes if he wanted to do such physical labor. But his physical strength was very good at this moment, really good. After tearing off the vines, Mu Enli began to use the branches he picked up on the road to dig the soil in a place under the soil slope. Soon after, a hole that could be entered by people was exposed here. The old captain took out a small, strong flashlight from his clothes, bent down and walked into the cave. It seemed to be deeper than expected, and it was slanted downward. The underground cave that did not see the sun all year round was very humid, and some places even dripped with water. The clothes on Mu Enli's shoulders were already wet. After about 10 meters, it suddenly became clear, but they had reached the end. Some simple wood could be seen here. A simple frame was nailed with iron nails to support the soil above. Mu Enli came to the center of the frame silently and sat down silently. He took out a white candle from his handbag and took out a pack of cigarettes from his clothes. The lighter lit the cigarette first. After the old captain took a long puff like a blower, he lit the candle. The smoke from the burning candle and the smoke from the burning cigarette were entangled together, making the place a little hazy. At this time, the old captain smiled slightly and lowered his eyes, revealing a trace of tenderness. He looked at the place a little in front of where he was sitting. A few simple and crude small stones surrounded a larger stone, standing upright. This was an extremely simple tomb. "Are you okay? I'm here to see you again." He became even more gentle. He reached out his hand and gently stroked the largest rock. He said softly, "It's been another year. The days don't seem to pass quickly, but they aren't slow either." The old captain smiled again. This time he took out his steel flask and unscrewed the lid. He poured some wine in front of the stone and took a sip himself. "The doctor told me not to drink, but it's fine today." He quietly savored the wine in the pot like an old drinker. However, the wine inside wasn't actually any expensive wine. It was just a kind of inferior stuff that could be bought casually. When Mu Enli was used to something, he usually didn't change it. For example, the soft pack of cigarettes he carried with him. In the past, he only sold it for 5 cents a pack. Now he could sell it for 5 yuan a pack. However, he had been smoking for decades. Fortunately, the packaging of the cigarettes had not been changed. Otherwise, he might have felt uncomfortable. The old captain looked at the straight candle flame, wick in the windless state. His eyes drooped a little, and he suddenly whispered, "By the way, next year I shouldn't be able to come." As he spoke, he took out some paper money from the black handbag, grabbed a small handful, lit it with a candle, and then scattered it in front of the tombstone. The old captain shook his head. "In fact, I have thought about it. After retirement, I will quietly come to this island and build a wooden house outside to live. When will I live? Maybe when there is a storm at sea, or when the sun is shining. When I feel that it's about time, I will come here and lie down. However, time doesn't wait for me." For a long time, the cigarette was gone, the wine was finished, and the paper money he brought had all turned into gray embers. As for the candles, they were already half burnt. Mu Enli breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. "If possible, I want to lie down here today. But I'm sorry. There's still some things outside that I need to deal with. Bayou cruise ship has been with me for 30 years. I have to let it go back safely. You won't blame me, right?" Mu Enli silently stood next to the simple cemetery, digging the soil here with both hands. An item wrapped in canvas, the size of 2 palms, was dug out from the deep burial. The old captain put it in his handbag and looked at the tombstone in a daze. His gaze changed from tenderness to relief. "It's good to be able to catch up with your death anniversary on the last voyage." He picked up the bag and blew out the candles here. In fact, there were many candles here. Some were almost burned out, barely leaving a small piece. Some had half of it left, and some had less than a third left. In fact, Mu Enli did not dare to wait for all the candles to burn out every time, because there was an old saying that the wax torch would only dry up when it turned to ashes. If there was still some left, it might mean that it was not extinguished. If it was not extinguished, he would not be extinguished, and he could stay here for a long time. He pushed aside the branches in front of him, and the golden and flat beach was right in front of him. The old captain stretched out his hand to block the sun above his head and walked out. He could still see some tourists frolicking on the beach, but there were fewer people. Some had probably gone back. Mu Enli glanced and found that the young couple had not yet boarded the ship. but stayed on the beach not far from Bayou cruise ship. The old captain thought for a while and walked towards the young couple. He got closer. The beautiful girl was sitting on the sand at this time, with her head lowered. She was holding a string of small shells that were almost strung together in her hand, and there were some beside her. The boy was beside her, looking sideways. "This is the red peony treasure snail, right?" The old captain came to the side of the two, squatted down, and looked at the girl, the servant girl's shell necklace. Yi looked up and smiled slightly. "Well, I was lucky. I accidentally picked it up. Does the captain recognize it?" The old captain smiled and said, "For people like us who have been dealing with the sea all our lives, we can always name a few kinds. But it's the first time I have seen such a small one. However, you can also pick up the red peony treasure snail by accident. Your luck is really good." "Thank you." Yi nodded with a smile, then lowered her head and continued to focus on knitting. The old captain then looked at Luocho and said, "Have you been to the cliff over there to take photos?" "Not yet." Luocho shook his head and said casually, "It feels good to stay here. It's a pity that we can't wait until sunset. Otherwise, it will be more beautiful." The old captain grabbed a handful of fine sand and let it slip through his fingers. He nodded and said, "That's right. It's almost time to board the ship." "Captain, have you finished what you want to do?" Luocho asked softly. Mu Enli was startled. He wanted to speak, but he had a puzzled expression. Luocho said nothing. "I just feel that walking into this desolate forest is probably something I want to do." "That's right. Normal people won't go in." The old captain nodded with a smile, then shook his head, but did not speak. He patted the fine sand wrapped around his hands, pressed the captain's hat on his head, and stood up. He looked at the two and said, "The wind will be stronger later. If there's nothing else, let's go back." Boss Luo nodded gently and looked at Mu Enli's footprints, which also left a long and straight line on the beach. The shells were strung into a necklace by the skillful maid. He wondered if anyone could string the old captain's footprints together. But when the tide rises, the sea will rush up, and it will probably disappear. "Master, it has been strung together. Thank you for your hard work." The sea level was calm, and the huge cruise ship was naturally as steady as Mount Tai, motionless. But on Bayou Cruise it was not so calm. For example, in a small theater built in Bayou Cruise's entertainment area, the actors who were performing exotic stage plays were suffering from the worst thing ever. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a man wearing a straw hat and flip-flops suddenly broke into the center of the stage and then grabbed an actress. To be more precise, he just pressed on the actress's shoulders and hid behind her. The actress, of course, screamed and panicked, because in addition to this man, 5 staff members of the ship rushed into the stage, 3 security guards, and 2 crew members. As for under the stage, many security guards and crew members emerged one after another. "Catch him! Don't let him run away." Fei Ying smiled and pressed on the actress's shoulders, swaying left and right as a shield, blocking the security guards and crew members who wanted to pounce on him. But he didn't plan to stay here for too long. He suddenly reached out and pulled out the skirt of the actress. This kind of apron-like skirt was too easy to pull off. The actress, who was in good health, screamed in horror at this time, but she was pushed out by Fei Ying and slammed into the crowd. Fei Ying raised the skirt he took off in his hand at this time and laughed. "Grandpa, it's original. Who wants it?" There seemed to be more people who knew the business than Fei Ying imagined. Fei Ying suddenly jumped down from the stage and stepped on the shoulder of a security guard. He borrowed the force to jump again and jumped into the audience. He threw the original inner skirt in his hand. Several men stood up subconsciously and wanted to grab it. Fei Ying laughed again, and he was as happy as he could be. He stepped on the chair and ran agilely toward the security door behind the small theater. In fact, similar situations had happened many times. Looking at the ashen faces of the security guards and crew members, one would know how miserable they were all along the way. It was like being treated as a monkey and played again and again. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Fei Ying pulled a handbag with a long chain from a lady in the last row of the auditorium and rushed out of the door directly. Finally, he wrapped the chain of the bag around the door handle several times and fixed it. He clapped his hands and was ready to leave proudly. But as soon as he turned around, his face changed slightly. Ah, isn't this Sir Mahoud? Long time no see. Fei Ying, you can't escape this time. Mahoud glared at this guy. He was full of confidence. Fei Ying glanced at him. In addition to Mahoud, there was still a woman standing next to the fat police officer. She was about 30 years old, but she was very charming. She was not comparable to those 20-year-old internet celebrities who only knew how to make up. Ali, ah, sir, with just you and this good-looking big sister. Fei Ying shrugged. I'm afraid you can't catch her even if I let you use one hand. Oh, are you looking down on women? Ali narrowed her eyes. Fei Ying patted his heart and said with a scared face, Of course not. But my principle is that beautiful women are used to be loved. Good-looking big sister, I hurt you. You're a playboy. Ali shook her head, lowered her hands, and walked up slowly. But unfortunately, I don't like frivolous people. I'm heavy where I should be. Big sister. Fei Ying smiled and spread out his hands. He suddenly squatted down. He just dodged Ali's violent sidekick. Fei Ying pressed his hat and took 2 steps back. Big sister, let's talk about love. I don't fight with women, but I like to fight with men. Ali smiled, and her palm suddenly touched her waist. Hearing a loud noise, Fei Ying looked at his feet in a cold sweat. There was a small hole that was still emitting smoke. Fei Ying felt cold all over. He instinctively raised his hand and looked at the black pistol in Ali's hand. He swallowed his saliva. Big sister, isn't this too much of a foul? Are you leaving or not? Ali shrugged. Fei Ying smiled embarrassedly and looked around. But at this moment, another gunshot sounded. The bullet probably passed through his hat. Fei Ying swallowed his saliva and stuttered, No, let's go. Gotcha. There were 2 consecutive sounds of handcuffs, being handcuffed. This time, Fei Ying's hands were handcuffed behind his back, and there was even a rope wrapped around his neck. The knot was a slip knot, but it would tighten when pulled. The other end of the rope was tied to Sir Ma's wrist. Ah, sir, you don't have to play so hard. I said, I'm not leaving. Humph. I said, I'll definitely make you a salted fish. Fei Ying shrugged at this time. Ah, sir, I've learned from the painful experience. I've decided to cooperate with the police. I want to be a tainted witness. I want to report. I know who killed Qian Guoliang. Sir Ma and Ali looked at each other. Mahoud frowned and said, Do you really know? Fei Ying raised his eyebrows proudly and then said with a smile, But I'll only tell this to this big sister. Ah, sir, you should avoid it. You dare to play tricks? Mahoud grabbed Fei Ying's collar with both hands. I'm warning you. I won't do anything like beating my chest with a phone book. Fei Ying said calmly, Ah, sir, this is my condition. You can't not accept it. It's up to you. Anyway, I can endure it. But I have to remind you that the murderer may have begun to find a way to escape. The longer you torture me, don't blame me if he leaves. You brat. Old Ma, let me do it. You wait first. Ali patted Mahoud's shoulder at this time and took the rope from his hand. Seeing this, Mahoud had to walk to the side helplessly, but he stared at Fei Ying and shook his head. I'm afraid this hothead doesn't know the horror of Ali. She was a witch from head to toe. Dear. Okay, little brother, you can say it. Ali approached Fei Ying with a smile. There was only less than 10 centimeters between the two. Fei Ying took a deep breath. It smells so good. Big sister, what perfume are you using? Didn't you say you want to accuse me? Ali played with the pistol in her hand, but gently pressed the muzzle against Fei Ying's chest, moving slowly like scratching an itch. Fuck, big sister, do you like to play this game? Fei Ying deliberately moved forward. Li reacted very quickly and took a small step back and fired another shot at the floor. Fei Ying's legs immediately trembled. But after all, he was a bold person. His face was as usual, and he said with a smile, "Big sister, if you really kill me, you don't know anything, right? And can you kill people casually? But I really want to cooperate." Fei Ying whispered at this time, "I have a recording pen on me. At least it can prove a lot of things. Big sister, can this reduce the sentence?" "Give it to me." Li spread out her palm indifferently. Fei Ying said helplessly, "Big sister, do you think I can take it out like this?" Li rolled her eyes and reached out to touch Fei Ying's pocket, but it was empty. Fei Ying smiled strangely at this time. "Big sister, such an important thing, of course, should be put in an important place," as he said. Fei Ying glanced at his lower body, and at the same time he straightened his waist, revealing a mysterious bulge. Li frowned, but she soon stretched out her hand and slowly touched the mysterious bulge. Fei Ying licked his lips. This big sister policewoman is indeed a mature woman. She really doesn't mind. Unexpectedly, at the moment when they were about to touch, Li took a small step back. She lifted her leg and kicked without thinking. The tip of her shoe hit directly between Fei Ying's legs. The scream was even louder than the previous gunshots. Fei Ying knelt on the ground with his legs between his legs with a distorted face. He opened his mouth, but he was in so much pain that he could hardly make a sound. "Old Ma, did you see it just now? This guy is sexually harassing me, right? I fought back in self-defense, right?" Li looked sideways at Ma Howd at this time and said loudly, "Yes, yes." Sir Ma swallowed his saliva and kept nodding his head hard. Li acted as if nothing had happened. She pointed to the immobile Fei Ying and said indifferently, "Take out the thing in his crotch." Ma Howd nodded. This kind of thing, naturally, couldn't be done by a woman. So Sir Ma walked to the front of Fei Ying and pinched up his sleeves. Under Fei Ying's desperate and frightened gaze, he used the ultimate killing move that he couldn't use in time when he was fighting with Ali just now. Monkey steals that. Catch. Chapter 582. Haven't you found it yet? Ma Howd was in contact with Lin Feng. "You guys come back first. Just now, there was not enough manpower. I had no choice but to ask Xiling to help. Now that the support guys are here, let them start the search." As Sir Ma spoke, he turned off the phone and glanced at Ali. Li didn't say anything, which meant that she had no opinion on Ma Howd's arrangement. The positions of the two had undergone tremendous changes. From the standpoint of work, Ma Howd naturally understood that everything had to be based on Ali's wishes. This was temporarily cleared out as a room for the command center. Of course, this was the small conference room used by the crew of the Bayou cruise ship for meetings. Xiao Bao, who came from the certification, was also sitting here at this time. Of course, he was only sitting in the seating area under the podium. While watching Sir Ma and the strange woman in front of him talking about something, he was quietly slacking off. He was playing a recently popular online game, Jade Fantasy. On the floor, next to Xiao Bao, a man named Fei Ying was lying down. Xiao Bao glanced at him again. Who knows what this man has experienced? His whole body was curled up on the ground, as if he had been philosophically discussed by all the men on the ship. With Xiao Bao's professional vision, it was not difficult to see that there were tears in the corners of Fei Ying's eyes, and he looked very sad. And he looks a bit like the women who were hurt in the assault cases. In addition, Fei Ying's mouth was also glued with black tape. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the temporary command room. Ma Howd stopped what he was doing and made a gesture to Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao nodded immediately. According to Ma Howd's previous instructions, once he saw his gesture, he hid the man named Fei Ying under the table and used a stun baton given by Mu Zi. Xiao Bao was only told that Ali's name was Mu Zi against Fei Ying's body. "I'm sorry. Don't make any noise. I don't know how strong the voltage of this thing is. It seems to have been modified." Xiao Bao whispered in Fei Ying's ear, Brother, you have to cooperate. Fei Ying. Fei Ying just looked at the floor absent-mindedly, like a walking corpse, letting Xiao Bao fiddle with his body. Only then did Ma Haod open the door. Deputy Captain Mu, you're here? Mu Qinghai nodded, walked in, and glanced at the place. He saw another woman beside Mahoud and another person sitting on the side. He remembered that the person sitting on the side seemed to be the appraiser who came later by helicopter. Mu Qinghai asked calmly, Officer Ma, may I know why you are looking for me? Mahoud said indifferently, Deputy Captain, we have something we want you to see. Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao quickly nodded and paused the game. After tricking the party that was in the middle of a dungeon, he turned on the projector on the table without any pressure and played a video. This is... Mu Qinghai frowned. This is a surveillance video? Officer Ma, why do you want me to see this? Ma Haod smiled and said, Don't worry. Take a look first and see if there's anything wrong. Mu Qinghai did not speak. He just stood in front of the projection board and watched silently. After a while, Mu Qinghai shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Officer Ma. I don't see any problems. Ma Haod said indifferently at this time, Deputy Captain, this video was intercepted from the monitoring room by us. It was recorded from 3:00 last night to 6 o'clock in the morning. After our technician's appraisal, this video has traces of being covered, that is to say... Ma Haod looked at Mu Qinghai with a stern look in his eyes. Someone erased the original video data. Mu Qinghai looked at Ma Haod silently for a few seconds before frowning. Officer Ma, what do you want to say? Are you suspecting that I changed the video data? Ma Haod said indifferently, Deputy Captain, I'm just asking, but I didn't say that you changed it. You seem to be in a hurry to explain something. Mu Qinghai said, Officer Ma, it's not surprising that people would think in this way in the context of your questioning, right? Ma Haod squinted at Mu Qinghai for a few seconds, then suddenly nodded, and then pressed the phone button here. Bring him over. After Officer Ma finished his instructions, he saw that there was still some time, so he suddenly asked, Deputy Captain, there seems to be some commotion on this ship, right? I see that many of your security guards and crew members have been dispatched. Mu Qinghai said indifferently, It's nothing, just found a thief. The security guard said that after chasing to the small theater, he couldn't find him, and he heard several loud noises, like the sound of something exploding. Many visitors to the theater were frightened, so it's quite nervous. Ali lowered her head and played with her nails. Ma Haod coughed twice. At this time, the door of the small conference room opened, and a uniformed police officer pushed the door in. He actually came in with a crew member. Mu Qinghai glanced at it, and his brows frowned slightly. Ma Haod pointed to the crew member and said, Deputy Captain, this crew member should be the one on duty in the monitoring room last night, right? Is that right? Yes. Mu Qinghai nodded. Ma Haod pointed to the crew member and said, You tell me in detail what happened last night. The crew member looked at everyone nervously and said, I was on duty last night. Then there was a sudden power outage. Then the deputy captain called me to go to the electric room to take a look. Later. What happened later? Ma Haod asked in a deep voice. The crew member quickly glanced at Mu Qinghai and looked away. Later, we found that we didn't bring the key after we arrived at the electric room. The deputy captain went back to get it by himself and asked me to wait. How long did it take? About 7 or 8 minutes. Anyway, the deputy captain will be back soon. That is to say, you didn't stay together all the time, right? Yes. You go out first. Ma Haod waved his hand. The police officer directly took the crew member out of the room. Ma Haod looked at Mu Qinghai at this time and said calmly, Deputy Captain, you went back in such a short time. Is it really just to get the key? Mu Qinghai said indifferently, What else can I do besides getting the key? Ma Haod snorted coldly. I have learned that only you and the captain have the key to the database where the information is stored. After Xiao Bao's identification, the influence of this period of coverage is at least not within these 7 days. That is to say, this is 7 days ago, the stored information. This doesn't prove anything. Mu Qinghai shook his head and said, "The lock of the data room is not a special electronic lock. The person who wants to open it probably has some way to open it. Just like the electric room that just had an accident, it was originally locked, but wasn't it opened by someone? Officer, if you conclude that it is me just because I have the key, isn't it too arbitrary? Of course, if you want to say that I am suspicious, I can understand, and I am quite willing to cooperate with your investigation. But if there is no substantial evidence, I can reserve the right to pursue, right?" Ma Haud suddenly said, "Deputy Captain, we also got a recorded conversation. Please listen to it." Xiao Bao took out a recording pen, unplugged it, and inserted it into the laptop. A recording began to play. It was a complete recording. After the recording was played, Ma Haud said in a deep voice, "Mu Qinghai, it's obvious now. You killed Qian Guoliang and took something from him. Do you still want to quibble?" Officer Ma's thunderous roar was filled with the righteousness that he had accumulated as a police officer for decades. His voice was frightening. If an ordinary person was frightened, they would immediately panic and tremble. At the very least, they would be shaken. Unexpectedly, Mu Qinghai still said calmly at this time, "Officer, your recording was given to you by a man wearing a straw hat, right? It just so happens that he is the person we are looking for. This guy sneaked into the captain's bedroom and used some strange words to deceive me with bad intentions. Mu Qinghai, this conversation is already very obvious. You really dare to quibble. Officer Ma, this man's origin is unknown. If I didn't use this method to delay him, I wouldn't have been able to wait for him to come." Mu Qinghai shook his head and said, "According to several provisions of the Supreme People's Court on Article 68, evidence obtained by infringing upon the legitimate rights and interests of others or by violating the prohibitive provisions of the law cannot be used as the basis for determining the facts of the case. The methods of violating the prohibitive provisions of the law generally refer to the private use of eavesdropping equipment, threatening others, trespassing into other people's homes, etc." As he said, Mu Qinghai looked at Ma Haud with sharp eyes. "This man broke into the captain's bedroom. Someone can also prove it. In addition, can this kind of recording still be used as an effective factual basis?" Mu Qinghai looked at Ma Haud's gaze that seemed to want to eat people, and finally said seriously, "Officer, the last victim was found on the deck. At that time, the captain and I were filming a documentary. This can at least prove that both the captain and I have an alibi, right? F***CK. I hate this kind of intellectual the most." Ma Haud hit the table with his fist angrily. Xiao Bao, who had just started to slack off again, was so scared that he quickly disconnected again. After tricking his team members again, he quietly closed the notebook. Of course, Xiao Bao knew that Ma Haud was very angry, but there was no way to be angry. Sir Ma could only temporarily keep the deputy captain under custody with a view of suspicion in another room next door. "Old Ma, come out for a while." Li suddenly opened the door at this time. The two came to the door. Li leaned against the wall and frowned. "Old Ma, you said that it is difficult for ordinary people to be calm in the face of this situation. But isn't this Mu Qinghai too calm?" Ma Haud nodded. "What he said is actually right. I was just going to scare him. The information sent to the court definitely can't be written like this. But this guy is really stubborn. Mu Enli and Qian Guoliang have 2 contacts, but Mu Qinghai is so calm." Li bit her lip and muttered, "Among these 2 people, who is the codename king?" "Li, in this case, should we directly control both of them and not let one go?" Ma Haud suddenly asked quietly at this time. Li sighed and shook her head silently. "I'm not used to this practice, but there is no other way in the face of national interests. But in fact, no matter which one of these two people is king, the other is implicated. Even if they are just foster father and foster son. But at least they have to do this secretly. The phone suddenly rang. Mahoud glanced at the caller ID, then suddenly looked up at Ali. "It's Mu Enli." "Answer it." Mahoud nodded and turned on the speakerphone. "Hello, is this the captain?" "Officer Ma, come over. I'm here in the central control room. Don't look for me. I will explain everything." After that, the phone was turned off. Chapter 583. It should be the last one, right? On the rubber boat that landed on the island, the crew member in charge of driving pointed at the people who were sitting on it and was about to start the motor on the boat. But at this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the beach. "Wait a minute. Wait a minute. There are still people who haven't uploaded yet." That was Lin Feng's shout. Beside Lin Feng, Ren Xiling, and Li Zi were also running towards this side at this time. The three of them finally caught up with the rubber boat. Luoqiu, Yu Yi, you are here too." Li Zi blinked. Luoqiu made way for Ren Xiling to sit down and said indifferently, "And we stayed a little too long. Seeing that it was almost time, we planned to go back." Ren Xiling opened her collar very inelegantly and fanned herself with her palm. "Didn't I ask you to go back to your room and lock yourself up?" Boss Luo acted as if he did not hear it. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Lin Feng said subconsciously, "We found the captain, and he seemed to want to confess something." Luoqiu nodded thoughtfully. Ren Xiling looked at the Bayou cruise ship in front at this time and frowned. "But how did he bypass us and get on the ship quietly?" "We couldn't find him on the other side of the cliff." "Sister Rin, who cares if we can find him or not? Let's wait and see what the captain says." Li Zi smacked her lips and said, I really want to know the truth about the cruise ship murder case and the legendary treasure." Maybe we will know later." Ren Xiling nodded, then looked at Yu Yi and blinked. "I'm sorry, Yi. I originally planned to have fun, but I didn't expect this to happen. But isn't it interesting to encounter such exciting things? It's good to be able to accompany you." Yu Yi smiled slightly. Annie Rin felt that she had been completely conquered by her future daughter-in-law. Her eyes were filled with stars as she said with lofty sentiments, "Let's go. Let me show you. Why should we go when the police are handling a case?" Unexpectedly, Boss Luo shook his head. "Don't you want to hear the captain's confession?" "No need," Luoqiu said calmly. "What a sensible child." Lin Feng also looked at the orphan of the former leader of the brigade with stars in his eyes. He felt as if he was about to be conquered. She didn't seem like a certain demonic woman at all. Even so, he didn't care if he said, "Why don't you not go as well? By the way, madam, why don't you?" The front corner was the corridor where the entrance door of the Bayou cruise ship's central control room was located. Lin Feng hesitated for a long time before he mustered up the courage to speak. But before he could finish, he was suddenly interrupted. He saw that Ren Xiling suddenly held her arms at this time as if she had a chill. She frowned and said, "There is a murderous aura." Murderous aura? Lin Feng was stunned. Just like that, he stepped out of this corner. On the other side, a few people also walked out from the opposite side. The leaders were Sir Ma and Miss Ali. As for the deputy captain Mu Qinghai and Fei Ying, who had escaped before, there was also a police officer and Xiaobao behind them. It turned out to be the telepathy between old rivals. "Kiki, Lin Feng, you guys are back too." Sir Ma shouted from a distance. "Yes, we rushed all the way back without stopping." Lin Feng walked quickly. The two groups of people finally met at the door. Ali frowned and was about to speak when Ren Xiling took the lead and pushed open the door of the central control room. Ali shook her head and whispered to Ren Xiling, "Xiling, no matter what happens, just remember it in your heart. Don't say it out loud." Ren Xiling nodded silently. To some extent, these two women also had a tacit understanding that others could not understand. At this time, in the central control room, only the old captain stayed here alone. No other crew members could be seen here. Mu Enli was holding the phone on the console at this time. He didn't seem to care about everyone walking in at all. He just talked to himself. Don't worry about the external power supply. Fix the backup power supply line first, and restore the instrument operation in the central control room as soon as possible. With that said, the old captain switched to another line. Use the radio to explain to the tourists that the power system is out of order and will be repaired soon. Let the tourists not panic. In addition, talk about the case and say that the murder has been caught. Let the tourists feel at ease. In addition, tell the merchants on the ship to give discounts to tourists. I will compensate them for their losses in my personal name. He switched to different lines one by one and issued instructions in an orderly manner as if there was no one else around. He was a person who was immersed in his own work and forgot to eat and sleep. Everyone, please work hard. I will reward everyone. I know that some drunkards have been greedy for my private collection for a long time. After returning, I will let you drink to your heart's content. Even across the phone line, even across the distance from the door to the console, the cheers could be heard. Mu Tringhai looked at the old captain's busy back in silence. He had never been able to get such cheers from the crew. The old captain finally put down the phone. He looked through the glass of the control room and looked at the endless sea in front of him. After a while, he slowly turned around, looked at the people here one by one, and nodded. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ma Howd said subconsciously, it's nothing. You handle these things well. Come here. After Mu Enli said indifferently, he walked toward his office with his hands behind his back. Everyone followed him silently. Even Li seemed to have been subdued by this old captain's bearing from a moment. She entered the door. She felt a calmness from this old man, like the calm of the ocean, or deep. Finally, Mu Enli walked to a seat, but he did not sit down. Surma took the initiative to ask at this time, Captain, you just said that you have caught the murderer. What do you mean? Isn't this? The Qian Guoyang, you know, was killed by me. Mu Enli was very direct. It was so direct that it almost blocked everyone's mouth, strangling all the words that were intended to be said between the lips. It was more like a hurricane on the calm sea. The shock brought by this impact was extremely huge. But Ali heard something else and frowned. You mean the Qian Guoyang we know? This person's identity information is fake, isn't it? Mu Enli shook his head. In fact, his real identity is an agent, and his code name is K09, right? Ali said suddenly. Ma Howd glanced at Li in amazement. Ali didn't say these before. Obviously, Ali still had some things that couldn't be revealed. You are. Mu Enli looked at Li in surprise. Ali said indifferently, I'm just engaged in some security work. K09 is my goal this time. Mu Enli nodded in realization. He was silent for a while as if he was digesting something. Finally, he bent down and opened the drawer on the table. Lin Feng subconsciously waved his hand and shouted, Don't move! Surma pressed Lin Feng's arm and shook his head. Mu Enli didn't stop. After opening the drawer, he took out something wrapped in canvas. It was about 20 centimeters long, 10 centimeters wide, and 10 centimeters high. The old captain held the thing wrapped in the worn canvas with both hands and gently put it on the table. He carefully unwrapped the cloth and looked at Ali. Then, I think you came here for this thing. With the opening of the canvas, it turned out to be an iron box. Mu Enli opened the box again and took out a slightly smaller instrument. There was also a small screen where there was an interface. What is this? Surma frowned subconsciously. Mu Enli whispered, This is a special detector that can scan the distance within 100 kilometers, whether it is energy reaction, shallow sea mineral deposits, sea defense arrangements, or something more secretive. In other words, this is a recorder that collects all the data that can be disclosed or not on the coast. In short, it is a strategic black box. Chapter 584. It was quiet. It was quiet all around. Everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Bao at this moment because Xiao Bao was reading the data in the black box at this time. But it could be seen that Xiao Bao was very nervous at this time. Even his operation seemed a little sluggish. This thing scanned a lot of data from the coastline of the mainland. Bayou cruise ship had been sailing around for the past few years. To put it bluntly, Bayou cruise ship had almost run all over the coastline of the mainland. Although the current technology was very advanced and humans had launched satellites into outer space that could easily depict national maps. But the function of this black box and the data it recorded were not simple things such as tides, ocean currents, and seismic fluctuations that were announced first. Some things needed to be shielded from the international view. If the data of this black box was exposed, it would be equivalent to the country's entire coastal defense circle. How is it? Can it be cracked? Li asked with a serious face at this time. No one here could make any jokes about this black box. The things that were involved were too big. Xiao Bao could only swallow his saliva and said, "Is this box really a product from 30 years ago? If it is true, some of the technology at that time was probably at least 20 years ahead. In other words, it can't be deciphered." Ali frowned. Xiao Bao shook his head and said, "That's not it. Its technology seemed very advanced at that time. I even wondered if it was black technology. But after all, it is now 30 years later. No matter how advanced it looked at that time, it seems ordinary now. It's cracked. What's the result?" Ali propped her arm and leaned behind Xiao Bao, staring at the content on the laptop screen. Xiao Bao could only browse through the screen even more nervously. He quickly scrolled down with the mouse. There's really data. The time is... It really started 30 years ago. But it seems that he stopped working after less than a year. Ali subconsciously looked at the old Captain Mu Enli. Everyone also looked at the old captain. The old captain shook his head at this time and said, "I have already said that I turned it off early in the morning." Ali stared at Mu Enli and did not miss the expression on the old captain's face at all. She said in a deep voice, "Mu Enli, are you king or not? Who placed this black box on Bayou cruise ship?" The old captain touched his clothes and took out a pack of cigarettes from a soft pack, but he found that the soft box had been deformed and the cigarette inside was crumpled. He shook his head, opened the drawer, took out some cigarette paper and tobacco leaves, and slowly began to smoke. After he took a puff of the cigarette, he slowly said, "I have already said that I used to be a Marine outside of the Navy. After the predecessor of Bayou cruise ship was sunk, I retired. Later, I was assigned to work in a shipyard. Let's skip these things. Let me tell you about the origin of king." Mu Enli recalled. At that time it happened that our country began to develop rapidly and all walks of life were flourishing, even the tourism industry on the sea. After the transformation of Bayou cruise ship was completed, it would be one of the first cruise ships to be introduced to this country. Actually, at that time, I was very tired of living abroad and wanted to find a chance to return home. Mu Enli shook his head, but in terms of the environment at that time, it was more difficult. I'm not afraid to say that my father smuggled over in the 1960s. His identity was not very honorable. Later, even when I became a Marine, the environment did not change. My father always wanted to return home, but unfortunately he could not find a way. At that time, there were too many review conditions in this regard. In the end, he left gloomily. I heard that the company that introduced Bayou cruise ship intended to find an experienced person to be the captain of Bayou cruise ship temporarily, so I took the initiative to contact them. Mu Enli lowered his head and looked at the half-burned cigarette. They did not take the initiative to find me, but the company reacted quickly. They seemed to be happy to see that I had the identity of an overseas Chinese and a former Marine. They agreed to help me. I thought things would go so smoothly, but unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Mu Enli sighed. I don't know who they are. I just know that they are from the company that the shipyard belongs to. They are very mysterious. They came to me and asked me to bring this black box to Bayou cruise ship. Otherwise, they would not agree to let me go. In fact, they even trapped me for a few days. Don't mention it. I don't want to remember those days. You still agreed to help them later? Lee frowned. She was too familiar with this method. In the department where she was working now, in the last century, many people were threatened in this way, and then had to engage in some work that could endanger society. At least I don't want to die. I just want to return home and then live some ordinary days. I'm tired of the life of being discriminated against and oppressed locally. Mu Enli shook his head and said, Who wants to be tortured all the time? No one, right? And they did promise me a lot of benefits. Normal people should know how to choose. I didn't grow up in this country since I was a child. The talk about patriotism is not very suitable for me. Ali also shook her head and did not intend to discuss the issue of loyalty with Mu Enli. Instead, she said sternly, Captain, you have been in contact with these mysterious people for so long. Have you heard anything? Mu Enli thought for a while and said, They should not be people from the State Department, but they are indeed people in the company where the shipyard is located. I found out from listening to their occasional chats. The reason why they want to install this black box seems to be that they intend to use this black box as a bargaining chip after the matter is done, hoping to get the support of the state. Of course, I don't know if there is the intention of some people in the military behind it. A country with this kind of capital is really capable of doing anything. Lee sneered, and then said puzzledly, So you became king, an agent who became a midway agent? But why do you want to turn off this black box? Aren't you afraid that those people will find you? Mu Enli said, In the first year they would almost contact me quietly once a month. But I don't know why, after a year, I could no longer contact these people. Later, I kept paying attention to foreign news. About a few months later, I heard that the boss behind the shipyard company had fallen. At that time, the military there seemed to have changed. I secretly guessed that because of this, the shipyard company did not continue to contact me, and the original plan was put on hold. I watched for a few more months and found that there was still no movement, so I quietly turned off this black box and did not let it continue to work. In this case, why don't you directly expose this thing? Mahoud shook his head and said, You should have turned in this thing when you first returned to the country. Mu Enli looked at Mahoud and said after a while, Officer Ma, after I handed in this thing, what will happen to me? I said that I just want to live a normal life. Sir Ma was startled and remained silent. He seemed to want to say something, but he felt pale and powerless. Mu Enli shook his head and said, Maybe it is different now, but in the era 30 years ago, who can comment on it? Then why do you still keep it? Ali asked again. Mu Enli said matter-of-factly, Who doesn't want to leave a way out for themselves? I don't know if this plan will see the light of day. If this plan is found out one day, I can at least negotiate with them. Turning it off and not letting it work is already the biggest concession I can make. But Qian Guoliang came to you. Li narrowed her eyes. Mu Enli nodded. Unexpectedly, I am about to retire. I am also old. I don't think I will live for a few years. This secret may leave with me. I didn't expect that at this juncture. Indeed, Qian Guoliang came. The organization he is in seems to have undoubtedly found some clues about this plan from the old files, and then they have been tracking it down. Finally, they found the source document of this plan from the relics of the original shipyard company's behind-the-scenes boss. Mu Enli smiled bitterly. I thought it would be fine to turn off this black box, but I didn't expect there to be some signal sources I don't understand in it. It has been on all these years. Qian Guoliang detected this signal source through a special method. Only then did he know that the black box was still working. Naturally, he came to me. Qian Guoliang contacted you twice just to retrieve this black box? Yes. Then why did you kill him? Mu Enli looked at Ali with a complicated gaze. If you have lived in a place for 30 years, will you also have feelings? I have been back for 30 years. I adopted Qinghai here and have my own family. I am not alone like before. Qinghai has a very good future. I don't want to delay him because of me. Anyway, I don't have many years to live. I just want to leave him a pure life. This child was given to me by God. I found him on the dock. At that time he was very weak. At first sight, I was moved by the way he looked at me. Such a weak life, lonely. When I saw him, it was like seeing the first half of my life. Mu Enli sighed. If it was only the shipyard company that gave birth to this plan for personal gain, there may be room for negotiation. But since I have been targeted by the special department of that country, I know that not only me, but Qinghai will also be implicated. Dad. Mu Qinghai's eyes were red, and he shouted in a trembling voice. So you took the risk and killed Qian Guoliang. Ali continued to stare at Mu Enli and asked, I didn't think too carefully at the time. Mu Enli shook his head and said, It's just that there was an evil thought in my heart, and then it got out of hand. I can't let this person leave. So when he found me the second time, I told him to come to me. How did you kill him? Mahout also asked directly. Mu Enli said, Qian Guoliang is a professionally trained person. I know that there is no way to kill him with ordinary methods. Besides, I am old. It's even more impossible to kill him directly. So I chose to use poison. The restaurant I often go to has what I need, pufferfish. Xiao Bao said at this time, Sir Ma, after the data collected from the deceased is sent back for analysis, it can be determined that it is indeed pufferfish poison. Mu Enli said indifferently, I used a fine needle to quench the poison and then hid it on the cushion of the chair. When the time came, Qian Guoliang came to me, and I began to negotiate with him. He was very careful, but in the end he sat down carelessly. After being pricked by the needle, he immediately felt that something was wrong. I fought with him for a while. The poison took effect, and his body became weak. I stabbed him in the chest with a knife, but I didn't have much strength. The stab was not deep. As a result, Qian Guoliang rushed out of my room and escaped. But he didn't run far before he fell down and was dying. The old captain looked at Sir Ma at this time and said, I was afraid that this matter would be discovered, so I quickly turned off the power. When Qinghai and the crew left, I quietly changed the video. Why did Qian Guoliang wait until the day before he died? Of course, it was to prove that he was not present. Mu Enli said indifferently, I thought Qian Guoliang would die directly from the poison, but I didn't expect his body to be very strong. He should have undergone anti-poison training, or the amount of poison I used was not enough. But this is good. At least it can give me time to think about how to deal with the subsequent matters. I don't understand. How did you make Qian Guoliang suddenly appear? Ma Haud was puzzled, and the surveillance was already normal at that time. It's just a very simple trick. Mu Enli said indifferently, Have you opened the door of the utility room? But you can't find anything inside. Ma Haud nodded, indeed. Mu Enli said, but in fact, Qian Guoliang was hiding in the utility room. But it was above the utility room. Lin Feng frowned. This is not right. Even if someone can hide above, it is impossible for the ground to be so clean. And the door is still locked. Qian Guoliang is a seriously injured person. How can he still have the mood to lock the door? Above what I said, there is naturally a place to enter. Mu Enli shook his head and said, You are only thinking about the door and the inside, but you never think about the top of the door. The top of the door. Sir Ma frowned and said, I remember that there is only a steel plate on the top and there are screws. There is only a screw head. It is not screwed. Mu Enli said indifferently, I am familiar with all the places on this ship. The steel plate is not as thick as it looks. I hid Qian Guoliang inside. Since his physical fitness is so good, and the poison can't kill him, then it's simple. I used some first aid methods that I learned in the army before, so that he would at least not die immediately. I took some drugs from the medical room and injected him with them, at least to ensure that he has the ability to move for a short period of time. Next, when he is a little clearer, he will knock open the steel plate and fall. After the steel plate is knocked open, it will automatically return to its original position because of the weight. Because of the screw head, it looks like it is stable. The camera over there has a blind spot. The position where he fell just happened to be invisible. Then we will see where he can go. But he is tenacious. He can actually walk to the deck. But the knife wound on the deceased's body has 2 different strengths. How do you explain this? Xiao Bao suddenly asked. Mu Enli said, probably it was touched when he fell. Xiao Bao nodded and seemed to agree with the statement. Then why are there 2 different palm prints? That is because I deliberately stuck Qian Guoliang's blood print. The purpose is naturally to confuse and not let people know where he really fell, creating an illusion that he was further back but suddenly appeared. Mu Enli said indifferently, the blood is the same. I don't think anyone will pay attention to the difference in the palm print. But someone really noticed it. Ma Haud said, and suddenly glanced at Fei Ying. Fei Ying, who was still in pain with his leg clamped, couldn't be proud at all. He still leaned against the wall with a scattered gaze. That's not right. Ali frowned. Since the palm print at the back was imprinted by you, but there is still a long time before Qian Guoliang fell. Such an obvious thing. Wouldn't the passers-by notice it? That side is not the tourist passage, but it leads to the work area. Mu Enli said, as I said, I am more familiar with this ship than anyone. At the end of the front and back corridors, I quietly prevented the warning strips that prohibit walking. Mu Enli said indifferently, I know that if the deceased appears, that side will be blocked. At that time, the crew members who go to the alert will definitely see it. But after they see it, they will probably only think that someone has blocked it earlier, and they will not suspect anything. But how can you guarantee that there are tourists who don't know about it and walk down from the deck door? Sir Ma continued to ask. The door on the stairs can only be opened from the inside. Mu Enli said naturally, if the tourists can't open it, do they have to hit the door? Ma Haud and Ali looked at each other and frowned, but Fei Ying suddenly said at this time, Captain, don't try to lie to me. If Qian Guoliang was really killed by you, then why are the drawings and protractors on your son? I saw your son looking for things in your room with my own eyes. Mu Enli was taken aback, then looked at Mu Qinghai in amazement. He frowned and looked at Mu Qinghai, who was silent. He suddenly sighed and smiled bitterly. It turns out that you picked it up. Picked it up? Fei Ying was taken aback. Mu Enli sighed and said, the place where the box was hidden is only known to me and insiders of the plan back then. At that time, they specially modified the Bayou cruise and hid it in the box. But for the sake of safety, they also made the design drawings and protractors that can be used as guides. Later on, I felt that it wasn't safe, so I took that place as my bedroom after I poisoned Qian Guoliang. He must have placed it somewhere when he escaped. After I found him, I didn't find anything on him. Qinghai, did you really go to my room to look for things? I just... Mu Qinghai lowered his head and his eyes were red. He suddenly took off the earpiece on his ear that was used to facilitate communication on the ship. He looked at Mu Enli and knelt on the ground in pain. I was just obsessed for a while. I thought there was a treasure. Fool! 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 Mu Enli slammed the table heavily and said angrily, I have raised you for 30 years. I have never married in my life. I only have you as my son. If there is a treasure, do I have to bring it into the coffin? There is nothing that I won't leave to you. You fool! Vile spawn! Where is your ambition? Didn't you say that you want to be a good captain? Didn't you want to prove to me your ability? Why are you so confused at this time? You actually became greedy for this kind of thing? Do you know that the thing you are looking for is something you can't afford to offend? Dad, stop it! Please stop it! Mu Qinghai raised his head, clenched his fists, and cried painfully, Please stop talking, okay? The old captain suddenly stood up, picked up the pen holder on the table, and slammed it towards Mu Qinghai. It hit Mu Qinghai's forehead directly, but Mu Qinghai did not dare to move, even if his forehead bled in an instant. Vile spawn! Mu Enli gasped for breath. I killed Qian Guoliang just to not let you be implicated. You actually provoked this matter by yourself. You really want to piss me off? Piss me off? Mu Enli grabbed his heart with a painful face. His face was pale. After he finished speaking, he fell to the ground in pain. Chapter 585. Get out of the way. Please get out of the way. The police should also go outside first. Don't get in the way. The doctor on the ship shouted at the people around the medical room at this time. Sirma looked at the doctor, who was afraid not long ago and was unwilling to examine the deceased. He was very disgusted. That was not the attitude just now. It was just that on the way to send the old captain, the crew members dropped their work one by one and followed anxiously. They looked worried and stayed here. Sirma probably understood the doctor's inconsistent reaction. How high of a prestige did it take to be able to make every crew member feel as if they were a family member who was seriously ill? I feel like home here. Rin Xiling leaned against the door of the medical room with her arms crossed and suddenly said faintly. She looked at Ali and seemed to have a lot to say, but Ali just shook her head. She seemed to be weighing something. At this time, Mu Qinghai silently took out a drawing from his body and handed it to Ma Haud. His voice was a little hoarse. This is the drawing. The protractor is on the man. Ma Haud took it and said subconsciously, Tell me how you found it? Mu Qinghai looked at the door of the medical room and whispered, My dad is not in good health. Every time I get off work, I will quietly go to his room to take a look. Last night, I also went to see him as usual, but on the way I heard some strange sounds, so I went to take a look out of curiosity. But I didn't see anyone. I just found a few drops of blood on the ground. The flower pot in the corridor was moved. I saw something exposed. Later, when I moved the flower pot, I found these two things. Can you solve it? Fei Ying asked curiously. Mu Qinghai glanced at Fei Ying coldly, seemingly with hatred. Fei Ying subconsciously shrank his shoulders. I am also the deputy captain of this ship. You don't need to doubt my professional knowledge. Let's wait for the treatment results first. Ma Haud shook his head, took the drawing to Ali and handed it over. He asked quietly, Ali, is Mu Qinghai okay? Ali thought for a while before saying, The most important thing is this box. As long as it doesn't fall into the hands of a foreign country, everything can be discussed. Mu Qinghai was just Mu Enli's adopted son, but he would probably do a lot of background checks in the future. If he was innocent, it would probably be fine. We don't have the same practice as before, but Mu Enli probably can't do anything about it. As she spoke, Ali patted Ma Haud's shoulder. It's not convenient for me to care about killing people right now. But after you arrest Mu Enli on the charge of being a murderer, I will bring him back quietly. I understand. Ma Haud suddenly lowered his voice. But Ali, do you think Mu Enli's words are completely fine? I don't know much about the box, but the part about killing people. I feel like there are a lot of loopholes. Li was silent for a while before suddenly saying, Old Ma, I'm not a police officer anymore. After returning, I will take Mu Enli away immediately. If you want to figure out the truth, you can only do it before you log in. During this time, you can still interrogate Mu Enli. Ma Haud was taken aback and said subconsciously, You reported it? It's a matter of great importance. I can't hide it. Li nodded. Thank you. Ma Haud nodded. He knew that Li had already quietly made an exception for the sake of their previous relationship. If everything was done according to the rules, he was afraid that no one would be allowed to contact Mu Enli. I hope he can wake up as soon as possible. Sirma sighed and silently looked at the work light outside the medical room door. Cardiac stimulant. The doctor on board quickly ordered the working nurse at this time, and at the same time frowned at the instrument next to him. The doctor suddenly opened his mouth in surprise and at the same time, he felt that his arm was firmly grasped. He subconsciously looked at the old captain lying down, but he saw the old captain suddenly open his eyes. The doctor was taken aback, then suddenly turned his head and said, "You go and get me the medicine first. Hurry up." The nurse had no choice but to leave in a hurry. The doctor frowned at this time and whispered, "Captain, I didn't notice it just now. Why are you okay?" Mu Enli slowly sat up, pulled off the patch on his body and whispered, "Old friend, can you help me do something? I beg you." Brother Mu, back then, my surgery failed and caused the patient's death. I was driven away by the hospital. It was the time when I was down, but you took me in to work on the ship. The doctor shook his head. "I will never forget your kindness to me for the rest of my life. Who on this ship has not received your kindness? As long as it is not something outrageous, let alone a small matter, I will help you no matter how big it is. Aren't you going to ask me what happened?" Mu Enli suddenly said. The doctor smiled. "I only know that you are the captain of Bayou cruise ship. I know that you will never do anything wrong to Bayou cruise ship. After all, this is our home." "Then give me some time." Mu Enli sighed. The doctor said, "Brother Mu, there is a small door over there." Mu Enli stood up and walked towards the door pointed by the doctor. Before pushing the door, the doctor suddenly shouted, "Brother Mu!" Mu Enli turned back. The doctor said sternly, "Don't forget, you said that after returning, you will treat everyone to drinks, and your personal collection." Drunkard. Mu Enli shook his head. "If there is a chance." The old captain pushed the door and went out. The doctor stared blankly at the door closed, then took a deep breath. Suddenly, he took out a few bottles from the cabinet and then poured the contents into the gauze at the same time. After the nurse came in with the medicine, the doctor, hiding behind the door, suddenly covered the nurse's mouth with gauze, and the nurse fainted instantly. "I'm sorry, Shali. I will introduce you to a good man next time," the doctor said apologetically, then looked at the time silently, waiting for the time. "Well, sir, at least now it proves that I didn't kill anyone, right? I ask for better treatment." Fei Ying, who was squatting on the ground, looked up at the people in front of him at this time. "Keep squatting. Even if you didn't kill anyone, you stole a lot of things and disturbed public order." Ma Haud snorted coldly, then scratched his 5 fingers. "You are also suspected of molesting women." Fei Ying shuddered subconsciously and had to continue squatting, but his handcuffed hands quietly touched the soles of his slippers. As a thief with quality and cultivation, how could he not have some small equipment on him? As soon as the soles of his shoes were pulled out, a small iron wire was pulled out. Click. The handcuffs were naturally unlocked. But the people here seem to be very good at martial arts, right? Fei Ying looked back and forth at everyone, and finally locked on a petite girl who looked harmless and only knew how to eat. "She seems to be called Lizzie." Fei Ying once again pulled out a small blade from the sole of another slipper, and then suddenly took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention. He went directly behind Lizzie and put the blade in front of her neck. Lizzie just blinked as if she didn't react. But Fei Ying had already shouted, "Don't move! Sometimes I can't control my hands." "Fei Ying, stop!" Surma also shouted in a deep voice, and everyone surrounded Fei Ying. "If you let go now, you can still turn back." "I said don't move. Get out of the way." Fei Ying was fearless. "I'm just going to make a small fortune. What the hell is this box? I don't want it now. Get out of the way. Otherwise, if this little girl's face is scratched, don't blame me." "Fei Ying, I'll tell you for the last time. Let her go." Ma Haud said angrily again. Li's eyes were slightly cold, and her hand suddenly touched her waist. "This sister, I see you." Fei Ying chuckled at this time, so that Ali had to stop. "Sister Run, am I being held hostage?" Li Zi looked at Rin Xiling subconsciously at this time. Can you stop eating?" Ran Xiling looked at her assistant with a regretful look. How big of a nerve does she have to have no reaction at all? At this time, Fei Ying was holding Li Zi and retreating from the crowd step by step. Stop. No one is to catch up. When I am safe, I will naturally let her go. With that said, Fei Ying held Li Zi and temporarily turned the corner of the corridor from everyone's line of sight. Catch up. At the same time, the door of the medical room suddenly opened. The doctor staggered out and said in horror, "Captain, the captain is gone." What? Ma Howard was stunned. She quickly glanced at Ali and grabbed her hair directly. "Old Ma, you saved the hostages. I'll chase after Mu Enli." Li said calmly. "I'm counting on you." Ma Howard nodded, then rushed in the direction where Fei Ying escaped with a group of people. But there was still a police officer left here to watch over Mu Qinghai. Ali glanced at him, then walked into the medical room with the doctor and asked him about the situation at the time. "Is it this small door?" Ali asked. The doctor hesitated and said, "Then I'm not sure. I fainted at that time, and I don't know where the captain left from. But if you didn't see him at the main door, it should be this small door." Ali glanced at the doctor indifferently, and the doctor's gaze shifted slightly. Ali then nodded. "Okay, I understand." With that said, she poked her head out of the door and waved to the police officer who watched over Mu Qinghai. "Come here. I need your help with something." Although he didn't know who this woman was, even Sir Ma seemed to be very interested in her, so the police officer hurriedly walked over. "Excuse me, is there anything I can help with?" "Just stand there." Li closed the door and said indifferently. The police officer was taken aback, and then he was embarrassed for about 10 seconds. Then, Ali slightly knocked on the door, nodded, and walked out again. Mu Qinghai was gone. How can this be? The police officer suddenly looked annoyed. "It's okay. I let him go on purpose." Li shook her head and then ordered, "You go catch up with your boss and help rescue the hostage." With that said, Ali left the place. The old captain's footsteps were fast, but he also came to the rest area of the Bayou cruise ship's staff very calmly. "Captain, why are you?" In the corridor, Ani Chui, who was holding cleaning tools, happened to meet Mu Enli at the corner. "I'm fine." Mu Enli shook his head. "Don't panic, Auntie Chui." The cleaning auntie nodded quickly and then said worriedly, But I heard that those police officers—" "It's okay. It will be okay soon." Mu Enli comforted softly. Auntie Chui patted her chest and sighed in relief. "Captain, if you say it's okay, it must be okay. I believe in you." His weight could make everyone on the ship feel at ease, just like a huge and heavy anchor. No matter how violent the ocean was, as long as the anchor was there, the Bayou cruise ship would be stable. "I remember that your child is about to go to high school, right? His name is, by the way, Zhang Liming, right?" Mu Enli smiled. "Captain, you still remember the child's name." "That child is good. He will be promising in the future." Mu Enli said softly, and then ordered, "You sprained your waist last month. Look after yourself. Don't be too tired." "I understand. Go to work." Along the way, in addition to Auntie Chui, he also met several other people who worked on the ship. He greeted and chatted for a while, but he could always talk about each other's daily affairs. "Captain, I'm getting married next month. You must come." "Captain, come to my house for dinner next time. My mother brought a batch of old, yellow wine from her hometown." "Captain, it seems that the police are looking for you. You must be careful." "Captain, thank you, thank you." Standing in front of the door of his bedroom, Mu Enli took a deep breath. He opened the door and did not close it. He walked to the bed and pushed it open. Mu Enli could naturally see that the wallpaper had been peeled away. He thought that it was probably Mu Qinghai who got it. He sighed. His gaze was a little complicated, then sad. He silently took out his pocket watch and opened it. Then he opened the cover behind his arms, took out a very small key, and inserted it into the only keyhole. The opening was not big. Mu Enli reached in with his hands and pulled out a box from inside. It was a very old leather box. There were even cracks in many places on the leather. Mu Enli hugged it and patted it gently. He did not speak. He just walked to the closet and found a clean set of captain's uniform and hat. After tidying himself up, Mu Enli reached out and pulled the front edge of his hat. He carried the old leather box, closed the door, and left straight away. This time, he did not want to meet anyone, so he chose a quiet path. He was more familiar with the Bayou cruise ship than anyone else. If he wanted to bypass something, no one could beat him. The spiral ladder that few people used, the safety passage that was rarely used, and the old extension ladder. He climbed to the Bayou cruise ship's whistle. This was not the highest place on the Bayou cruise ship, but no one came here except for maintenance. Mu Enli walked to the edge, put down the leather box, and opened it. It had been a long time since he had opened this leather box, but the things inside were still fresh in his mind, as if it had happened yesterday. There was an old-fashioned silver pistol, the kind that could only hold 6 bullets. He took out the gun, and then closed the leather box again. Mu Enli took a deep breath, held it with both hands, gritted his teeth, and threw it out forcefully. When no one saw it, the leather box sank into the sea without any accident. This my sin! He closed his eyes and put the old pistol deep into his mouth. His fingers clicked lightly, but there was no fear in his expression. It was calm as the sea in front of him. Sir, if this shot goes down, your life will really end this time. Mu Enli subconsciously opened his eyes and put down the gun. After a while, he turned around and looked at the person who was talking to him. He remembered this voice, and now he saw the person's appearance clearly. This man with a mask could not estimate his age. Mu Enli suddenly said, "In my life, I have fought wars and killed pirates. I have encountered all kinds of strange things. I didn't expect that there were still some magical things that I didn't expect. Will you really take away my soul?" "Of course." The boss said indifferently, "According to the content of the contract, this is indeed the case." "What is a soul?" Mu Enli shook his head. "People are dead and their thoughts are extinguished. What else can the so-called soul feel?" "Soul." The boss turned to look at Dahai and said, "Probably it can be regarded as another form of life, continuation." Continuation. The old captain was silent for a while. He also looked at Dahai and said, "I already have something to continue. I don't want to understand that kind of illusory thing anymore." "Of course, this is also your choice, sir." Boss Luo nodded. "I just came to remind you, sir. According to the content of the contract, you actually still have a few days, but if you insist on ending it here, we will not change the content of the contract. So you have to think about it." Mu Enli shook his head. "Too many unexpected things have happened, so it's not necessary. If it drags on for a long time, there will be too many variables. I can't afford to lose." "Then I won't bother you." Boss Luo nodded and stepped back, disappearing. The old captain looked at the place where there was no one. He felt that he had heard the words, "won't bother you," somewhere before. He shook his head. The arrival of this mysterious businessman did not change his plan, and such an interruption did not seem to shake his determination to seek death. "I'm here to accompany you," Mu Enli said silently in his heart. He once again swallowed the pistol into his mouth and held it against his upper jaw. "Dad, don't! Dad, don't be impulsive." Mu Qinghai rushed forward nervously. He gasped for breath. He must have been desperately rushing for time along the way, but he did not dare to force Mu Enli. He knew his father's stubborn character too well. "What are you doing here?" "What I want to say to you. I have already made it very clear in the office. Have you forgotten?" Mu Enli looked at Mu Qinghai with a stern face. That was the first time in Mu Qinghai's life that he had seen the most stern face from Mu Enli. "I heard it. I heard it all. How can I not hear it?" Mu Qinghai said painfully, "You were talking to Officer Ma and the others, but you quietly used the communicator under the table and used Morse code to silence me. Can't I hear it?" Mu Qinghai knelt on the ground in pain. I don't care if you did anything harmful 30 years ago. I don't care if you are the so-called agent or not. But you have raised me for 30 years. I was abandoned at the dock back then. If it weren't for you, there would be no Mu Qinghai today. Dad, even if we are not biological, if I want you to take the blame for me, am I still human? But why did you threaten me at that time? You threatened me with your own life. You forced me to be silent. Do you know how uncomfortable I felt? I don't have long to live. I don't even have a few days left. Mu Enli shook his head and sighed. You silly boy, is it worthwhile to sacrifice your future for a person who is about to enter the coffin? Qian Guoliang came to negotiate with me. I couldn't kill him. Instead, he escaped. I had no choice but to go to the surveillance camera to replace the video. You should have seen me at that time, right? Mu Qinghai shed tears and nodded silently. I saw you when I went back to get the key. At that time, I didn't know what you were going to do, and I didn't say anything. I just saw you washing away the part where Qian Guoliang escaped from your room. I was going to ask you, but looking at you, your expression at that time was too. I have never seen you like this. It was too scary, too unfamiliar. Mu Enli shook his head and sighed. Is it scary? Silly boy, when your old man killed pirates back then, I looked 10 times scarier than this. I originally remembered Qian Guoliang's location, but when I went to look for him, I couldn't see him anymore. You took him away first, right? When Qian Guoliang died, I looked at the position where he appeared, and I knew that person was you. Mu Qinghai nodded. Dad, you knew it was me all along? Mu Enli sighed and said, the small space above the utility room. I knew it was you at first glance. At that time, you were still young. I went out on the boat all day long, so I took you with me. But you were naughty and hid every now and then. That place was the place you used to hide from people. Do you think I'm old and confused? Dad, you still remember. Why don't I remember? Mu Enli smiled bitterly and glanced around. Just like how you can find this place. You are familiar with me. Don't you think I am familiar with you? Silly boy. But you are a silly boy. Did you really do this kind of killing for the treasure? No. Mu Qinghai said quickly, I don't care about the treasure at all. It's him. When I found him, he told me that you might be a secret agent. There is also the case. He promised me that if I save him, he will give me a lot of benefits. But Mu Qinghai widened his eyes and said, I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't let your things be exposed. I can't. I really can't. I want to destroy these. I want you to enjoy your old age. I want you to watch me succeed in my career. I want you to watch me start a family. Dad, I don't want to watch you go to jail. Dad, if I didn't meet you in this life, I might have died on the dock. I never want you to suffer. I want you to retire from the Bayou cruise in glory. I want you to always be the perfect captain in the hearts of the crew. I don't want it to be broken. Dad, I will never allow you to have a stain in your life. But why did you turn yourself in the end? Why? Mu Enli sighed and said, Silly boy, how can there be no stain in a person's life? I am not as perfect as you think. But it's fine. I have explained the matter of bringing the case and Qian Guoliang. Even if you don't help me, he won't live long. Now that the case has been handed over, I admit that I killed the person. If you really care about the kindness of me raising you, then treat it as a repayment and keep silent. If you want me to die with grievances, I have nothing to say. Mu Enli pressed the pistol against his temple this time, but I really hope to understand this matter like this. I am tired. I don't want to be interrogated endlessly, and I don't want to face more things. Qinghai, just think of me as a coward. Just think of it as fulfilling my last wish. Dad, don't be impulsive. Mu Qinghai desperately climbed up from the ground and rushed toward Mu Enli frantically. Boom! Dad! Mu Qinghai shouted crazily, but he stopped subconsciously. He saw that the pistol in Mu Enli's hand was hit by something at this time and fell directly on the deck. Mu Enli grabbed his wrist in surprise, showing a trace of confusion. Captain Mu Enli, our interrogation is very civilized. Ali walked out calmly, holding her small black pistol in her left hand. She said calmly, especially for the elderly, the treatment will be better. You followed me? Mu Qinghai said in a panic at this time. Li said blankly, if I didn't deliberately send people away, would you be able to walk away so easily? What do you want to do? Mu Enli frowned at this time. You just heard it all. Ali suddenly said, Mu Enli, how about we make a deal in private? Say it. I can pretend that I didn't hear what you said just now. Li said calmly, my mission is just to find King and bring back the case. As for Qian Guiliang's death, for a foreign agent, no matter who killed him, in a sense, it is a good thing for the country. Mu Qinghai, I can contribute a little to the political review, but you must cooperate with me. Don't think about seeking death. Also, restore the original plan of the shipyard company 30 years ago, and report all the information of the mysterious guys who looked for you in detail. The more detailed, the better. Of course, these will be done in private. We promise that it will not affect Mu Qinghai's daily life. I promise you. Mu Enli suddenly nodded. Dad, Mu Qinghai wanted to say something, but Mu Enli shook his head, took a deep breath, and said softly, let's return. Sister Li's marksmanship is actually more accurate than Uncle Ma's. Boss Luo took off his mask. The deck where the Bayou cruise ship's steam whistle was located was already empty. Master, I found the thing. Luochio turned around and looked at you. The servant girl was holding a wet, old leather box in her hands, standing against the wind.